life. We're about manifesting on purpose, with authority, with the dominion we were given. Welcome to YouTube and TikTok, streaming on both platforms. This is your first time here on the channel. Welcome. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, that like button, that share button, and be sure to comment. Welcome, welcome all. Welcome TikTokers. We're tapping is clapping. And when we get to 10,000K the easy way, which is we double tap the screen, I open up the panel and we can discuss manifestation, our prosperity journey. And if you feel like you are keeping yourself from your desired effect, your desired end, we can talk about that too. Because this is all about transformation of the mind. There is no elevation without transformation, and we're only going up, 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 because this is our moment. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome all to the Prosperous Way of Life. Reminding ourselves that the Bible is a manifestation book. If you didn't know it, you know it now. Hey, A-Town. Oh, that's okay. Live your best life. We got plenty of time. Thank you, A-Town. How are you doing this morning? This wonderful, wonderful Saturday morning. Yeah, you was enjoying Juneteenth yesterday? That's okay. Because life is to be lived and enjoyed. That's why we are here, to operate in our dominion, our authority, right? Remember who we are. We are the operating power, the commanding power. We are the CEO of our life. We are the commander in chief. We are the El Presidente of our experience. We are the royal priesthood. We are heirs to the throne of all things good, right? Yes. Oh, always amazing. Always great. Loving life, appreciating life. As we talk manifestation and reminder of what the Bible is actually telling us in all books. Not just, I just like the Bible, right? But it's not necessary for manifestation. What's necessary for manifestation is a decision. You just have to make a decision. And once you make a decision, it's only up. Once you decide what you want, when you're intentional about your life, things begin to change for you. But you do have to make a decision. Because not making a decision is still making a decision. So you might as well choose, choose happiness, choose contentment, choose satisfaction, choose lavishness, choose elegance, choose opulence, choose abundance, choose prosperity. All right? Choose the very best. Choose the very best always. Delight yourself in greatness and wonderfulness, right? Delight yourself in ease and joy. Let life, allow life to be great for you. You got to get in that state of ease and flow, right? Because a lot of us have been on this automatic state of defensiveness, guardedness, right? Push, pull. You are Caesar. You are all of it. So do you go give all your money to Caesar? Street pastor? You give all your money to Caesar? Is that what you're telling me? Do you even understand the script to render to Caesar what is Caesar's? Like, are you working to give all of your money to Caesar? Is that what you're telling me? You keep nothing for yourself. You're walking around in poverty, in abject poverty. Is that what you're telling me? Of course you're not. So stop preaching poverty over here. So that means, street pastor, you don't have any of it? Is that what you're telling me? To have money is to idolize it? That means you don't own a home? You don't have an apartment? You live in a tent in the forest, in the woods? You have, clearly you got to have some type of money. You're talking on a phone. Are you telling me you got the phone for free? You don't pay for Wi-Fi? Are you going to the public library and you're communicating on their Wi-Fi? Like, how are you operating in this world without money? Do tell us. Let us know. Give us the secret. Oh, I knew it. I knew you was a Hebrew Israelite. Here it comes. Hello, pretty as Lene. Ooh, beautiful. I love it. I did too. Did you guys? Yes, thank you for reminding me, pretty as Lene. We went into the silence this morning. This is our first day of going into the silence of our own mind, right? And directing our own thoughts and choosing what it is we would like to experience in this life, right? Getting clear, receiving clarity about our desires and seeing ourselves as the person we desire to be, seeing ourselves as already as that, not trying to be it, not becoming it, but we already are it, right? Hey, 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 Mia, welcome, welcome, welcome. That part, God loves real you. That's it. You can't be a blessing if you ain't got no money. So I don't know. People you know, be between two opinions. They don't know what they want to do with their life. They want to preach poverty, but know that they desire wealth. So you got to choose a side. If you choosing the struggle life, I'm not here to interrupt your path. But if you're all about that abundant life, prosperity life, this is the place for you. If you want to keep navigating the struggle bus, the struggle path, I'm not here to change your reality, which I couldn't anyway, but I'm not here to change your mind. And I know I couldn't anyway. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. This platform is for those who are ready to accept the abundant life, to know that they came here to prosper. Hey, 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 Miss Kitty. And so, as I was saying, referencing just a few moments ago, it's pretty as Lene reminded me that we went into the theater of our own mind, as not Neville Goddard. Reverend Ike likes to say, Neville Goddard calls it going into the silence, which is meditation, which is however you deem meditation. If you just wanted to sit with yourself and pay attention to your thoughts, to me, the purpose of sitting and watching thoughts, not directing them, is so you can realize what you know, what you normally give attention to, right? Because thoughts don't appear out of nowhere. They are programmed in your subconscious mind. So if you're going to sit and just watch thought with no judgment, you're paying attention to what you would normally give your attention to, what you're consenting to. But for the 21-day going into the silence, what I propose, and I hope that you are purposeful and intentional in doing, is directing your thought, being the operant power and commanding thought. To me, the purpose of watching thought, being silenced, is so you can transform them, so you can change them, so you can notice just how negative you are, so you can recognize how much you think of scarcity, how much you doubt, how much you fear, and so that you can stop doing it. Recognize what you give your attention to and then stop it. If what you're giving your attention to does not benefit you, let it go. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So that's what I'm saying. So, okay. XX2, a battery. Did you go sell all you have? Do you have nothing? Are you perfect or you don't want to be perfect? Did you go sell all you have? Do you even know what that means? What did you sell and give to the poor that you have nothing? Since you're saying that they're quoting Matthew 10, 19 and 21. If you want to be perfect, go sell your possessions and give to the poor, and you will have treasures in heaven. Then come follow me. Is that what you did? Did you go sell everything so you can follow Jesus? Because you're quoting a script. Are you doing that? Because don't quote a script that you're not doing. So did you go sell everything? Do you not work? Are you only operating in a kingdom and living in a tent? Are you living in a hut in the forest somewhere? Are you sleeping in a sleeping bag? You sleeping on a On a park bench, where do you reside? Did you go sell all that you have so that you could follow Jesus? Did you really think that's what that parable is telling people? To go sell all they have? And not to have a doggone material possession in this world and give it all to the poor? Do you really believe that's what the script is telling you? Because did you do it? That's the question. If you believe that that is what the scripture is saying, did you go do that? Did you take all that you had and you sold everything and you gave it all to the poor so that you can just go follow Jesus? Is that what you're telling me you did? Of course you didn't. Of course you didn't. Of course you didn't. Oh, I love that. See, Todd, that is one of the good ones. That's one of the good ones. Oh, what is that? See, judge your best. Is that how you say that? Oh, see. That's okay. But I ain't doing that because I'm not a Christian. So I'm not selling all I had because I'm not a Christian. But you Christians, you can go sell all you got, which I'm sure you're not doing. Y'all just like to talk a good game, but really don't live it. You know, you take scriptures and don't even understand what they're saying. Because really, in this time, in 2026, you're selling all you had and giving it to the poor. And then what are you doing? Accumulating it all again. So then you can sell it all again and give to the poor. And then what you're doing? Rinse and repeat, accumulating all things all over again, then selling it and giving it to the poor. And then you're going to accumulate things again, and then you're going to sell it all and give it to the poor. Is that what you're doing? You're rinse and repeating? Of course not. To sell all you had is to do what? Let go of your prior beliefs. Let go, sell all your doubts, your limitations, right? Sell all those things that have you bogged down in the spirit and follow the Christ within, where the true wealth is dwell, the true wealth dwells. And you'll never be in lack of anything. You'll possess all things, right? Because all that the Father has is thine, and the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, and all that dwell therein. It already belongs to you. So it's not about getting, it's about what? Accepting, attracting, acknowledging. Yes, yes. So yes, you could put that as a recommendation, A-Town, and then we'll see what CJ the Great. Okay. Okay, that's what you okay. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. Make sure to double tap the screen over here on TikTok, 10K the easy way. We open up the panel. And YouTubers, your first time here, make sure you hit that like button, even if it's your second or third time here. And make sure you hit that subscribe button, share the live, comment below. But the Bible tells you to be ye perfect. So what you going to do? According to Matthew, it tells you if you want to be perfect, you got to go sell all you had. And then it also commands you to be ye perfect, for your Father in heaven is perfect. So you're choosing not to be perfected, and you're going to keep all your stuff. Is that what you're telling me? So that means you don't want to enter into heaven according to Christian doctrine. But I know that's not what the Bible is telling you. But that's how you want to interpret it. And you get to. You do you. I'm not here to change your belief system. The Bible is all about abundant life. It's all about prosperous living. I know y'all want to only talk about the Old Testament when it comes to, occupying other lands that people are already inhabiting, but you fail to realize that all of the fathers of Old Testament were wealthy. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Solomon, everybody was wealthy. The whole reason of leaving Egypt, going through the wilderness and entering into the promised land, was about wealth, was about expansion, was about abundance, was about prosperity. So I don't know where people get this myth that you're supposed to be here to struggle and strain through life. I know where you get it, because that's what religion wants you to do. Religion wants to suppress the truth of abundance. Except for the prosperity gospel. I got to give it to the prosperity gospel of Christianity. That lane, oh, they get it. They know they're supposed to live, but the problem with the prosperity gospel, they're getting rich off your ignorance. They're going to get wealthy off the ignorance of the people, because the pastors can fly in a jet in private planes. They can live in 10,000 square foot homes, and they're making sure that they have the easy living off their congregation's desire for hope, the desire for health, the desire for wealth. And so they convince them, well, if you want to be wealthy, you got to give. God is telling me to tell you to give your money to me, and then God will bless you. I mean, that's a way to get wealthy. That's a way to maintain wealth. You tell people that they can be just like them if you just give your money to them. I mean, if for some people it does work, for many it doesn't. Many of the people that are sowing a seed of faith to a ministry that promises prosperity through that system rarely get their return of investment. They rarely get the ROI that they're looking for. Because your wealth is not found in another, your wealth is found within you. That's what wealth is. Wealth is not in sending $1,000 to your local prosperity gospel ministry. That's not where that's not where your wealth abides. Your wealth abides in your ability to use your mind and have a wealth mindset. And then you'll get wealth ideas, and you'll start to attract opportunities. You'll start to attract wealth into your experience, because you've decided and recognized that you are here to live abundantly. Hey, me say, so what are the steps of meditation? To relax the body and focus your thoughts on your desired end, whatever your desire is. And it doesn't matter how big it is, how small you think it is, how insignificant you may think it is, or how grand you may think it is. You're going to go to the end. And so for many of us, some of us, visualization comes very natural and easy, right? You can put yourself in a state and create a scene in your mind and see yourself occupying that state. Others like to talk to themselves. And so that's a way others can hear someone congratulating them on their desired state. All right? Others just are full of appreciation, gratitude, thankfulness. You can do all of them. You can choose one of them, right? And for those of you that are really into the journaling and scripting, after your 5 minutes of meditation, after you've given the gratitude, if that's your lane, if visualizing is your lane, if hearing someone congratulate you is your lane, speaking to yourself and deciding that it is so, that's your lane. Go ahead and script it out. Go ahead and write it 20 times, 50 times. I have this, or I am so grateful about this, or I really appreciate this, or I am thankful for this, or it's wonderful living this type of life. It's wonderful. It's amazing. Whatever resonates with you after you have done at least a 5-minute stint, right? We're saying a minimum of 5 minutes of meditation, right? So for me, I talk to myself. A lot of people visualize, right? A lot of people they just say, isn't it wonderful? They'll just make a statement of fact, right? And other people will be like, oh, I can hear people telling me, oh my goodness, you did that. Look at that. Look how so amazing. Like, oh, whatever it is you think that they will say that confirms your reality or your desire is a reality. Because the purpose of meditation is to go to the end, and not to try to figure out how you're going to get it, but that you already have it. That's the point. You're welcome, Mia. You're welcome. Yes, work on your own salvation. Stop telling other people what to do, right? Work on your own salvation. Do you know what salvation means? To find the solution to any problem. That's what salvation is, to find the solution. That's why you're told in the Old Testament that the battle is not yours. All you're supposed to do is what? Stand still and see the salvation. How can you see a salvation? What do you think that scripture means when it says to stand still and see the salvation? How does one see the salvation? Because salvation means solution. It means the answer. Stand still and see that the answer. See that God has already done the very thing you've already asked for. That's what it means. That the thing that you desire is already yours. It has already been done. The works are finished. It's a done deal. For all of the promises of God are yes and amen in Christ Jesus. Who is Christ Jesus? The I am, the embodiment of the I am, which is the power and wisdom of God, of all things good. So we use the Bible to remind us of a power that is resident within each being born of woman. Every being that enters the portal of the woman's birth canal. They make that journey into this third dimensional reality. You have the power and wisdom within you. It just has to be activated. It just has to be awakened within you. And not everybody at the same time, and not everybody in the same way. Activation is different for everyone. Actualization, realization is different for everyone. Because consciousness is not a one-trick pony. It has infinite ways. And the ways usually are not known. Hello, I am. You said repeat it again. Okay, so meditation, as I said, is about becoming one with, but we're going to take it a step further. It's about realizing that you're already it, right? So when I say become one with, you're becoming one with your desired state. So to become one with means to actualize it, is a realization of a now thing. It's not something you're waiting to happen. It's something that you realize has already happened. And I'm going to use, again, my favorite scripture regarding manifestation based off Mark 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire, whatever you've decided that you wanted, when you pray, that's your meditation, that's your acknowledgement, that's your recognition that the thing you asked for already exists. And then you have what? To believe that you've received it. This is the most important part. You must act as though it already belongs to you. That's what you're going to do in meditation. You're going to the end. The end is where you begin. You're going to operate from the state that it is already yours. And so, like I said, you can envision it or visualize it. You can talk about it with yourself. You can hear someone telling you, congratulating you. You can say, isn't it wonderful? I'm so thankful. I'm so appreciative. And give yourself at least 5 minutes during that time. And if your mind begins to wander, because a lot of times it does, just bring it back. Bring it back to the state. And you keep bringing it back to you until what? You can occupy the state. And then, like I said, for those of you that are into the journaling and scripting, once you're done your meditation, once you've gone within your own mind, get your pen and paper out, write it out. Write out the end. Whatever you saw during your meditation, or whatever you might have visualized, seeing yourself. And you could, and when you write it out, you're writing it out as something that has already occurred, something that you're appreciating, something that you're being thankful for, right? You're talking about it as though it is a now reality. And then you go your way in peace until the next day. We're doing this for 21 days. 21 days of embodying the state, becoming one with, deciding that this is who we are. This is the identity shift that takes place that a lot of people talk about, right? You're shifting your awareness from one state to the other. You're letting go of the old. That's the only thing you're letting go of. You're letting go of the old and you're holding on to the new, right? You're letting go of the old state. This is forgiveness in scripture. Forgetting which was and operating on what is, right? This is what the Bible means by forgiveness. You have to forget the old man. You have to forget the state of you that said you're not it, that you don't have it, that is yet to come. Nope. You're operating from the place it's already done. Have fun with it. Be easy with yourself. You cannot get it wrong. You're experimenting. You're doing what comes natural to you. It's innate within you. Because here's the thing, you're always thinking. Thinking is natural. We're always doing it. Now you're just going to master your thoughts. That's it. Now you're just going to master it. Master the way you think. Be intentional. Be purposeful. And there are a lot of scriptures that help you realize and help you remember, right? It says that my word that goes forth shall not return unto me void. So if you know that your word that you send forth, which is your decision, which is your selection, which is your choice, is your intention, is your meditation, is your prayer, that once it's sent out, it does not return void. It accomplishes and prospers in the thing for which you have sent it. In the Gospels, it said like this: the words I speak, oh, they are spirit and they are life. The spirit is the power, the resurrecting power to bring the thing that you're asking for to life, to bring it into visibility. So the recommended authors, I like Neville Goddard, I like Dr. Joseph Murphy, Florence Scovel Shinn, Catherine Pounder, Wallace D. Wattles. You have what's his name? Who? James Allen. Is that his name? James Allen? As a Man Thinks. I think James Allen wrote that. That's a great book too. But I mostly I've read a lot of mostly Neville Goddard. I think I've read all of his books that he's printed. And I read at least 250 of his lectures. And you find that a lot of his lectures are repeated in his books. Hey. You're welcome. You're welcome. So double tap that screen, and if the panel is available, you can come up and we can have a conversation regarding manifestation. You have any questions regarding manifestation? You have any success stories you want to share? You want to understand maybe some of the scriptures in the Bible. If I can decode them for you, I will. And I always say, sometimes I have to talk them out because they're always saying the same thing, right? Every scripture is repeating the same thing, that you're the character, and it's all about your mind. And it's talking about, a lot of times the Old Testament is talking about the duality of mind, and the New Testament is talking about the oneness, the awakened mind. So the Old Testament deals a lot with the fallen state, the fallen mind, and you're always trying to figure out how to operate from a place of trust, right? The Old Testament is always going through these stories are always talking about trusting in the divine, right? Where you get the wilderness, you get Samson with the hair, you get Daniel in the lion's den, you get Jonah in the belly of the whale, you get the man that's going with the donkey, and the serpent and Adam and Eve. Every story is all about trust. It's all about faith. It's all about belief in oneself. All the stories are the same story. And the point of the New Testament was to bring clarity, was to unveil what the Old Testament was telling you. Is that the power that you were looking for was always inside of you. That there is no cause outside of your own mind. And it's about revelation of this truth, actualization of this truth, and testing this truth. Good morning. Hello, Kenya. Welcome. And you're only going to know this truth through what? Application. You have to test the spirit by the spirit to see if it be of God. See if it be any good. You're testing the power and the wisdom of the I am within you. Let me test and see that if I just think about something and I release it, which means I don't worry, releasing it is I'm not worrying or complaining about it. I'm happily going my way in peace because I know because I spoke it, it has to show up. Let me test this. And let me see if this is really how it works. And you do nothing to make it so. You don't have to do anything figuring out. You just have to occupy the state. Just have to occupy the state that says, "Oh, this is my reality now. This is who I am." And act accordingly. That's what the Bible is reminding you to act accordingly, to use your mind, and to master your mind. Discipline. That's what you have 12 disciples, 12 faculties of mind. You must discipline your thoughts. You must discipline because your thoughts are little, they're like rambling sheep, or sometimes they can be the stubborn goats, right? You gotta bring them into subjection unto the Christ mind. Sheep need direction. Your sheep are your thoughts. They need direction. Oh, they'll be all over the place. Like the sheep. They'll go straying, they'll fall off of cliffs, they'll fall into ditches, they'll just go all over the place if you don't direct them. That's why you have to become aware of what you're thinking. What did Jesus say? He said, "Hey, I got 100 sheep. If one wander away, I'm going to get that one lost sheep. I'm going to get that thought that wandered on to another path. Come back over here. We're going this way. This is the way we're going. Don't be wandering on, doing your own thing. No, we're doing this." Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, welcome all. How are you guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So that's why I use meditation to direct the thought, to tell myself where I want to go, where I want to be, who I am. Remember, I told you there's 3 questions in the Gospels that are very significant. They're very pertinent. They are required that you answer them. The first one is, who do you say that I am? Who do you say that you are? How do you think of you? Your self-concept, as Neville Goddard would call it. Neville Goddard would call it self-concept. The Bible poses the question, who do you say that I am? Who are you? And then the second one, what do you want? What do you have of me? What do you want me to do for you? What is your desire? And then the third one, so that's your desire, that's your choosing. You always have choices. You always have decisions to make. You're always presented with opportunities, with choices in life. What do you want? And then 3, do you believe it? Do you assume it? Do you accept it? Are you able to know this as your reality? And how you answer those questions determine what your outcomes in life. However you answer the questions, however you answer those 3 questions. You could say, yes, I believe it, but I believe it's going to take sacrifice. I believe I'm going to have to struggle. I believe I'm going to have to compromise. I believe I'm going to have to compete. Well, guess what? When your desire comes, it's going to be done unto you just as you believe. So you may have to be tested and tried and go through struggle and compete and sacrifice and compromise because that's what you believe is necessary. Divine Day. Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, my Cinda, welcome, Soul Leveling. Hey, welcome all, welcome home. That's how it goes. And who do you say that I am? How do you describe yourself? What is your self-concept? You see yourself as less than? You see yourself as unworthy? undeserving, right? How do you see yourself? Uneducated, undisciplined, uncommitted? How do you define the I am within you? Because whatever you say I am, that's what you will be. So pay attention to what you think of you. Because that's what's reflected back to you by your world. Your world will show you exactly who you believe that you are. Exactly who you believe that you are. You know, you'll go out into the world, people come up to you, oh my goodness, you're so, I love this, oh I love your hair. You know, I was getting all kind of compliments, and I went to go get my nails done. I went to the nail shop. I was getting all kind of compliments on my hair, and I didn't even think my hair. I had just threw one of these little headbands on and had it put up on top of my head, and you know, it was, to me, it was a little, you know, all over the place. But I was getting all kind of compliments about my hair, and I wasn't thinking much about it. The world will just love on you. Why? Because you love on yourself. Even when you're not even trying. Even when you're not even trying. Because you don't have to try, you just have to what? Be. It's about being. It's not about trying, it's about being. It's about deciding. What? And then when it comes to what you want, do you limit yourself because you don't think that you can figure out how it will happen? Do you say, oh no, that's too much. Oh no, I don't want people to think, or people gonna think this, or people, you know, are you basing your choices on what other people think? Remember, there are no other people. It's only you. You get to decide what it is you want. You don't have to limit yourself just because you've never experienced it, just because, you know, go big or go home, as they say. Say, shoot for the moon, shoot for the stars, because you might just land on the moon. Expansion. Make it great. And then enjoy the ride. A lot of us don't like to enjoy the ride. A lot of us are too busy worried about getting there as opposed to being here. There's no getting there. It's only being here. Here and now, that's all you have. So if you focus now on the moment, the current reality, and stop making your 3D be your enemy. I know the TikTok streets, the internet streets, the social media streets, the internet gurus, the self-proclaimed manifestation masters have told you your 3D is your enemy. You're supposed to make your 3D your servant. Make it your friend. It's not against you. You created it. You manifested it. You're the one projecting it. The 3D didn't do anything to you. You did something to the 3D. You projected onto the screen of space. You don't like what you're seeing, just change it. Right? Hello, Mia. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Got a little sore throat, a little bit trying to come, but we're good. It's going to pass. So that's nothing to worry about, but I'm doing well.
Great. Good to hear.
Um, I was just thinking about some things, and the other day I was trying to think about my journey and how I even met you. Like, I was like, how did I even get here? And I was kind of going back in time, and I was thinking like it was like the day I left MySpace and went to Facebook. I don't remember that day. I just, I never went back. But I do remember my journey, and you talk a lot about when we come to this consciousness, and it's like a thief in the night. You don't know the day or the hour, right? Mm-hmm. It just happens, and that's kind of how it was. And then I look back at like some pastors I used to kind of follow, and when I was going through kind of my hardest, darkest times is when I was awakened. Right? I was literally in hell when I was awakened. And, a lot of people, don't buy into, heaven and hell is now. Well, I know that for sure. So that's not my prerogative who decides to believe that, because I felt the top of my head sizzle to the bottom of my feet. I have been in such a dark place of just understanding where I am. And I've also been in just pure euphoria, knowing that everything works out for me. So it's real. Mm-hmm. But during that dark time, after it was like going through my divorce, I grew up in a church, so I was leaning on, a pastor that I used to watch and trying to figure out, how to heal, how to get fulfilled and go for what I have already been told what you go to when you're in hard times. But I realized that I wasn't getting fulfilled. I'm like, this is not giving me what I need. And it should, right? If this is the bottom of the bottom, this is where God's supposed to kick in. Mm-hmm. And I was tired of the Savior not coming in to save me. Mm. So I went back recently to look at that pastor's, like, some videos, because he was different from my pastor I grew up with. Okay. And I started, when I stopped going to church, probably before even quarantine happened. Like, I retired from physically going to church years ago because I was sick of it. Okay. And I always knew it was performative, and I just didn't like the act of just going to the physical church anyway. I just wanted to get the message. I didn't want to sit through all that performing. I didn't want to sit through all them damn songs. I didn't want to do all that. I just wanted the message. And so that's why I kind of went towards that pastor. But I went back and listened, and it really kind of like, the first sermon I looked at was Lovers of Self. Mm. And the whole sermon, it was on YouTube. I watched Pastor G. Craig Lewis out of Dallas, Texas. And the sermon was about the world is going bad because people are lovers of self. Mm. And you can't do the will of God if you love yourself. And he made loving yourself tied with Satan. Mm. And that you can't do the will of God if you love yourself. And it just made, and that's kind of what I heard growing up. Loving yourself is satanic. Mm-hmm. No, not idol worship is satanic. Not worshiping something outside of yourself is satanic, but loving yourself. And it just really, really shocked me that this pastor was sitting in a room full of people telling them that loving yourself is wrong. And what's wrong with the world is that too many people love themselves. Mm. And what I saw also was, it was a room full of quiet ass grown people with one person telling them their perspective of the Bible, and they were just eating it up. Mm-hmm. Because religion doesn't come from people seeking to understand on their own. Mm-hmm. It comes from people being taught from someone else, and you are the alpha. This is your world. No one else can give you their perspective of anything. No one else. That's like someone reading a poem and telling you how they got it, and then you're reading the poem like, well, this is what I got out of it. Mm-hmm. Someone can't read you a Bible that's already full of parables and allegory and all kinds of difficult shit. And you're just going to get it all, and they're going to tell you what it means, and you're just sitting there, yep, mm-hmm. I don't need to love myself. I need to love everything outside of myself. And then the preacher goes on and say, the world is a mess. The world is just horrible right now. Ain't it, y'all? Church, yeah, the world's a horrible place. What? I thought y'all was full of the Holy Spirit. I thought y'all were lovers of the word. Why are y'all up in this church afraid of the world? So I get it. And I have been away from the programming for a while. Mm-hmm. And it's just sad that this is what is being taught. And I don't know. So it gave me more insight to kind of why so many people come in here on the way that they come in here. Mm-hmm. And how they're offended by how we say we're perfect and how we love ourselves and how we deserve everything. But one thing I know is when I left that ideology, I no longer lived in fear. Mm-hmm. And I mean fear from everything from bugs to being kidnapped, to death, fear of the rapture, because I used to be afraid of the rapture growing up. And I saw a TikTok recently that I think in China or Japan, it's illegal to tell children about hell.
Good.
And I was like, damn, I wish that was the rule over here, because hell messed me up. I used to be scared going to the bathroom at night, thinking the devil in the living room in the corner. I used to be afraid of hell. The rapture scared me. The story of the rapture.
This land is the land of make-believe.
It's the land of make-believe. It sounds like a sci-fi.
You can believe anything. They allow anything goes in this country. As long as you put God in front of it, you good.
Yeah.
It don't matter. They don't care what you're talking about, what you're doing. Nope. As long as God is placed in front of it, yes. It's a free-for-all.
Yes. All logic goes out the window if you throw God and the Bible in it. Anything could happen. They can tell you that freaking alligators used to fly and Jesus and his mama rode on a pterodactyl on the way to church. And if that was in the Bible, or someone told you a Bible story about that, they would believe it, because all logic goes out the window when you read that story. And once I was awakened, I didn't need to figure anything out anymore. I had clarity. And once I kind of learned manifestation, I get everything I want as long as I do it right. My world looks like exactly how I want it to look. I'm not up there, oh, the world is bad. Oh, this is going on. I don't know, and I don't care. Yeah. And, so I just wanted to share that. And it's just, I'm happy I left. I'm happy I'm whole. I'm happy I know who I am. And, I've been blessed for it. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to share for now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. As always, enjoy you.
And that money, that manifestation, let me tell you, the money's just coming.
Yes, love it.
And it's just little things, like with my one of my side hustles, my job at my professor job. I had called my dean. I was like, can I get the updated pay schedule? Because summer classes start, and it started right at 6/1. I was like, when's our first pay period? And it said June 30th. I was like, okay, sometimes we have to wait. Man, June 12th, my first check came in.
Right, yeah, I remember you telling us.
And that is not what the paper said. That's not even what the paper said. You think I asked any questions?
Of course not.
No,
Thank you. I know, right? Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I know we could talk about, the religious aspect and why people, we all, like I said, many people were birthed into that belief system. Like myself, I didn't go into Christianity. But here's the thing. We live in what we call a Christian-based society. So even if you didn't grow up in it, with like your family physically taking you to church, you still grew up in Christianity, right? Every television show, movie has some type of Christian doctrine attached to it, right? You have people generally speaking about God and generally saying, they're talking about the 10 commandments and, and reminding us that God is watching you. And there is this maybe penalty or punishment after life if you don't get right with God, right? So even though I wasn't raised in Christianity, because we are a Christian-based society, that mindset or dogma or doctrine is still, present in our reality, in our schools, in our, like I said, our televisions, streaming consciousness into us, telling us this is how it goes, this is what life is, and trying to figure it out, But to me, it's just all part of the construct. It's part of the fall of mind into the illusion of separateness. So all of these constructs that we built up, like I said, the academic institutions, the government institutions, the religious institutions, all of those constructs are built up to allow you to forget who you are until it's time for you to remember who you are. Hello, I am. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. Good. I have a question for my sister. My English is not good, so forgive me. How do you do the medication? How do you do that? And how long does it take for you to get a result?
Oh, you're talking about manifestation?
Yeah.
Oh, and I'll give you a little bit, but I know Miss Toyia can break it down way better than me. But from what I learned, is to not even think about time, because time isn't real. Time is literally what happens after now. So that means you're in control of the now, because you're the operant power. So now is now, right? So I just really just focus my attention on what I want. Just like when you want a new car, all you see is that car because you bring it in. That's how you bring in what you want, right? Okay. But when you're worried about something, you know how you're worried about something that you don't want to happen, and that's all you can think about. And sometimes you manifest your worst desires because you literally had faith in the worst things. So just have faith in your desires the same way, and just learn to be in control of your thoughts. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome, Nancy. And I'm sure Ms. Toyia can give it to you way better than I can.
No, you did excellent. Because all you can do is share your own experience, right? Your known experience, what works for you, right? Because what I say, what we say is time is just a process. Everything is a process. In this third dimensional reality, in the physical world, there is a process to manifestation. In the spirit, instantaneous. The moment you thought it, it was a thing. When it comes to when it comes to visibility, we want to know the how so we get caught up with the time. Because that's really what we're saying. Well, how is that going to happen? What I need to know the process. Like, who's going to be involved in helping my manifestation come into being? Not your business. It's none of your business. And how the thing happens is none of your business. Your business is to, like Mia just put in the chat, just be. Just accept it as a reality. And I know a lot of times it seems so simplistic because you think that we know something you don't know. Here's the thing. You've been manifesting your whole life. You've been doing it with ease. Effortlessness. As Mia said, the unwanted comes with ease. We don't have to force unwanted things to come. We just give our attention to it. Same thing with the wanted things. You manifest with ease. All you got to do is give your attention to it. It's the same thing. We think that somehow the negative things come in super easy and the good things come in super hard. No, it's the same law. You just easily gave your attention to the thing you didn't want, and you're deciding to struggle to give your attention to the thing you do want. But it's a choice. Either way, you're giving your attention to a thing. Decide the thing that you want to give your attention to, because that's manifestation. That's how it comes into being. Your attention is the payment. It is the cost. The only thing it will ever cost for you to get your desire is your attention to it. So you have to ask yourself, what do I want? And then that's the only thing you should give your attention to. The thing wanted. That's it. Focus attention. But a lot of times we get distracted.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. We get led astray.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome. We love these type of questions, right? Because it helps us expound and bring clarity. And I know it sounds real simple because it is. It really is. There is nothing to do. It's only to be. And if we will focus less on the doing and just more on the being, life will be more enjoyable. Will be, as you already see, effortless. Because it is effortless. You effortlessly manifest all the time. You effortlessly manifest struggle if that is your belief. You effortlessly manifest dis-ease or discomfort without even trying. The same thing for the things wanted. You just have to have that same mindset when it comes to the things that you want. And we just have to decide life was meant to be easy. That's the thing that has to give your attention to the ease of life. So you got to crowd out all the noise that's telling you, no, it's supposed to be difficult, no, it's supposed to be a struggle, no, because you know if you're aligning with struggle, if everything that comes into your experience is all about struggle, right? If when you scroll on TikTok, when you're on Instagram, Facebook, if you still people still into Facebook, or you're on YouTube or whatever you're watching on TV or streaming, your streaming services, if everything is all about difficulty and struggle, that's something you're aligned with. You got to switch. You got to change that. You got to intentionally get into that state of intentionally finding things, being very purposeful about deciding that life is easy. And so now we have a superstar woman. Welcome. How are you?
I'm well. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good, good. I just wanted to chime in a little bit because everything you're saying is just so helpful. I started, I guess, what we refer to now, or I've learned to refer to as deconstruction, way back, probably 2014, maybe even before that, not realizing what was going on, just asking questions and really trying to heal myself from a autoimmune situation that was going on and really was making a difference, and then began to, in prayer, because I was entrenched in Christianity and still in that space, using the scripture according to what it was saying to me at that time, and opening myself up to what God, Creator, all this the information that was being, or I was drawing to me, is what I'm kind of understanding now. Recognize the power of my thoughts. And one of the big parts that I learned during that particular season was my thinking had very likely brought me into that space of sickness. And then in turn, understanding that my thinking would get me out. And so I embraced that, and I began to exercise that in my own understanding and knowledge. And we're talking over 10 years ago. I actually ran into a journal, 2016, 2017, and realized some of the things I was journaling then, without these type of platforms, without people having these open conversations like you're having, without somebody to kind of share my thoughts with, because again, I was right in the midst of organized religion, and this type of conversation is not freely had. So I had to rely on who I know and still embrace, Spirit of Truth. Holy Spirit is how I learned and understood the inner voice that I had become acquainted with from still do, had always been, and basically using that relationship helped me to move into the space where I am now. Even today, realizing and have recognized, just as you have said, and I hope anyone listening hears, we have always been doing this. And I came into the latter part of coming out of the pandemic situation and all that, having to be by myself and having to really, really press into this new knowledge or whatever was going on at the time, I had to realize that I could do it intentionally. With that being said, in 2023, I found myself in a whole new stage of a whole new season of life, where I'm now without my partner 40 years. And so I'm really into dealing with myself. And so I kept hearing, just do it on purpose, just do it intentionally, be intentional with it. And so I began to embrace it. But somewhere, and maybe you can speak to this, somewhere I put some pressure on myself that I'm now so, I don't want to say uptight about it, or I find myself trying not to be uptight about the manifestations, or doing these things intentionally, the meditation, doing enough time, doing it every day, doing it this, putting the busyness around it, that I so clearly heard years ago, sitting in one of the prayer meetings, just be, just relax, just understand who you are, and just be that, and then begin to allow the being to help you to bring in the things that you desire. Also heard something, I'm put this out there, and I'm a hush because I can go on.
You good.
I don't want to ramble, but I also heard the other day, because of trying to get an answer about, why, when I know all of this, is it now there seems to be this space, or where I'm not doing it the way I was when I first learned it, and it's so, I know what I should do, and I still kind of keep pulling back from it. And it's not a fear. At one time I thought it was so different from anything that was going on in my world. I was like, oh, wait, hold on. But now I know it's okay, and it's just part of understanding who I am. Yet, instead of just fully embracing it and being all of that all the time, 24/7, I seem to be finding myself in the spaces of just, TV, scroll, doing things that I'm questioning, or I do question whether they're productive for being in this state. And so I heard very clearly, let the manifest, let the meditation do what the meditation does. Don't meditate to do meditation. Just be there in meditation, and the state of meditation will get it done. And so I am growing, I'm learning. Platforms like this are helping me even more. And I'm a much more seasoned lady than many of y'all, as you can see. But I also said many years ago, not realizing that I was speaking it up on myself, that I'm a lifelong learner. I said it. I remind myself of what you said. So I'm constantly bringing in knowledge and new information, and even more so understanding, because I know myself better than I did 10 or 15 years ago, understanding that I am still becoming even more on this plane, in this dimension of the being that I'm created to be, understanding that I am. And so all of that being said, Toyia, I'll say this to you and your listeners. It is just so refreshing to be in a space where people get it. It is not even foreign anymore. It's not even anything that I put pressure on myself. I used to feel like, oh, what is wrong with me? Why am I the only one thinking like this? Why I'm sitting in here, nobody's talking about this. We all been doing the same thing, but I don't have that pressure anymore. I have become able to just accept that I am on my pathway. This is my lane in this experience on this plane, and I'm enjoying it even more so now. And I'm not making myself feel bad, because I think I heard you say, there are no mistakes. I'm not messing it up. I'm just there at that time. It will serve its purpose. It's all going to work for me. So breathe, relax. It's okay. That's all. Thank you for listening. Have a great day, y'all.
Oh, appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, you're not getting it wrong, right? There's, what's the old saying? There's more than one way to skin a cat. And I'd be like, why are we skinning cats? But anyway, well, it's more than one way to do a thing, right? And there's no wrongness in anything. It's about what works for you, what you resonate with, right? So some people are like, okay, when I meditate, I just want to cease thought. I don't want to think, right? They say that they can just turn off the thoughts in their mind, and they can just be in the quietness and the stillness, and just be. The whole not thinking, because then they'll say they receive thought. Well, isn't that thinking? I mean, who's receiving the thought? Who's commanding the thought? Who's the power in this situation? Are we saying that there's a power outside of self? Are we knowing and realizing that there is only one power, and I am that power, right? I get we want to separate and we want to categorize and put things in buckets and put things, this is over here and this is over there and this is over here. And at the end of the day, is what works for you. Because my thing is, after you have, is what you're doing creating a change for you? Is it bringing about your expected end? Because if it's bringing about your expected end, then why would you change anything, right? The only reason why you would change a thing is if it isn't working. Because why would you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result? If you're doing all of these things and nothing is changing, it's the same thing from moment to moment. It's the same reality. It's still the struggle. It's still the strain. It's still the lack. It's still the dis-ease. It's still it's still all of the things that you don't want to be experiencing anymore. Then a change is required. And what has to change? The way you think. That's the only thing that has to change, is the way you think. The only doing that must be different is your thinking. See, I know a lot of times we were thinking unconsciously. And we were programmed into our thinking, right? We were told to think of yourself as less than. Think of yourself as a sinner. Think that life is hard. Think that life is difficult. Think that life is a drudgery. Think that the world is evil. Think that the world is against you. Think these things. That's why I like the Bible, because it's telling, well, actually, Philippians 4:8, what you really should be thinking, because the Bible is all about thought. It's telling you that you're the operating power and that you are the commander of the thinking. Because as you think, so are you. As you think, so are you. Not how, as you don't think, so are you. To stop thinking. It says, as you think. And when you think, you should think like this: whatever things are lovely, whatever things are pure, yeah, whatever things are noble, just, virtuous, praiseworthy, good report. Oh yeah, these are the things you should be thinking. This is where your mind should go. And if your mind isn't going there, then you need to stop it and change it up. Renew it. Think again. Repentance. Repentance is a radical change of mind. You got to change the way you think. And we can get into the whole, oh, the universe doesn't know vibration. It isn't about language. It's about vibration and frequency and energy. Okay. All of that is telling you is about your attention. Because no, you never have to say a word. You can just because a word is just a symbol of thought, right? And anything that you give your attention to, that could be a picture. It could be something that you capture in the mind. Well, that's worth what? A picture is worth what? 1,000 words. So isn't it still a word? Because a picture is a symbol of 1,000 words. You're putting something in a symbol that you could not communicate with language, but it's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. Hello, Miss Kitty. Welcome. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. I woke up at 4:30. No, I woke up at 4:50. 4:50.
All right.
I gotta wake up at 6 for my group. So now I'm all groggy this morning.
Wow.
But I was just so excited.
That's beautiful.
So I'm a little quiet because I'm still getting myself together.
Oh, no problem.
And I woke up at, I think it was 5:30. I said, okay, I can start now.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love
I
it.
appreciate everybody so much. And I'm so glad for Superstar Woman 1 to be here today. And I hope you join us again and again and again, because I know you have a lot of insight you didn't share this morning. Not yet. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, everybody. I love you all.
Thank you. Yeah, we went to the silence this morning. Every week for the next 21 days, going into the silence, right? Being purposeful, being intentional. right? About what it is that we want in life, right? A lot of us have had desires on our heart, and we're wanting to understand how to bring those things forth into visibility because they're already there, right? Well, attention is the power. Attention is the key. Your attention to it, what makes it be, because it already is, right? And the whole point of the 20-day going into the silence is to train ourselves not to worry or be concerned about the how and the when, because we only have now. And so that time is to master the present moment. That's all. That 5 minutes is to master that present moment. And that mastery of that present moment is to realize the thing that you're seeking, you already are. That's it. And hopefully it becomes a way of life for you, right? Because life is a meditation. You're always meditating. Why? Because you're always thinking. Even if you're not aware of it, you're always thinking. When you're driving in the car, when you're bathing, when you're doing chores, when you're just sitting and like Miss Kitty said yesterday, when you're watching something, that's a meditation. You're being hypnotized. You're mesmerized within the present moment, because there is not, it's your world reflecting back to you the beliefs that you hold. So whatever you're engaging with on social media, again, engaging with in television, engaging in conversations at work, with a friend, with a loved one, with a coworker, whatever, that's your world reflecting back to you what was going on within you. And if the conversation is not something that is beneficial to you, why would you continue in it, or at least change it in your mind, right? So maybe someone's telling you some information and you're just like I was talking to my sister yesterday when I went to the Juneteenth cookout, and she's telling me about what's going on with the government and all that. And I was thinking to myself, like, man, we really do live in two different worlds, because I had no knowledge of what she's talking about. I didn't know I was like, man, those who operate from the lax mentality, they live in a different world from those who don't operate from that mentality. Like the reality of your life, and someone who, if you know that you are blessed abundantly, financially, spiritually, mentally, right, physically, your reality is so different from those who don't operate from that mindset. And it's just like, wow. And to be aware of that in the moment, to be like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I reject that notion. I reject that mindset. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
I just like to offer again on the subject of meditation being a constant state. Even I would venture to say that when we're doing things and not aware of our thoughts, but really in a meditative state, when you're watching television, washing dishes, cleaning up, whatever it is that you're doing at work, on the computer, those thoughts are even more powerful, because you've thought it, and then you there's no resistance around it, none whatsoever. So then you let it go. So then you find people later in life, like I have a dear friend who experienced a very huge health challenge, and I know her because we've been knowing each other since the 4th grade. So yeah, so we know each other very intimately, right? And like I said, she had this huge, catastrophic, not deadly though, health challenge. And she's always very compassionate, and she worked in a residence for seniors. And I know my friend, she was looking at those people and thinking, giving her heart out to their illnesses and wondering what was going on. Her heart was bleeding for these people. And then she found herself years later in this situation,
making an agreement with it and didn't even know it.
Right. So I just only tell the story to reinforce the idea that we have to be constant. We have to be so diligent with watching and examining our thoughts. I have to catch myself every 10 minutes, what do you don't know, especially in the midst of changing and transformation, because I'm so accustomed to thinking opposite or contrary to what I'm in the midst of creating now, especially because I'm more aware of my thoughts. So I just want to offer that again. I remember I had a teacher who said, when you're driving down the freeway, don't be bending your neck to see on the other side what's happening. If you see cars backed up, oh, I wonder what happened. Because then
I never understood the Gabriel's delay. It's none of my business. Like, what, y'all not going on the other side to do nothing?
Right. And then you're inviting
so nosy.
That experience.
I ain't never been a nosy person. That has never been. I just don't have to know somebody else what's going on with somebody else.
Right. Because you invite, because your mind is so powerful. So you're asking, what's going on? What happened? And your mind is so, well, this is what happened. Boom. And then 6 months later, 7 months later, just because of the nature of reality, you get that experience.
Yeah.
So now you wonder where, out of the clear blue sky. No.
Nope.
It was fermenting and forming.
Oh, say that. Oh, I love that. Fermenting and forming. Out of the firmament, right?
Yes. Come on now. And we're saying, we're having this conversation again because we're here realizing our power. Mm-hmm. We want to understand how powerful we are. So we've got to have these conversations.
Yep. That's why you like Neville Goddard, and also heard Abraham Hicks would say, before you go to bed, recap the day. And if something occurred that you realize, oh, I should not be giving my attention or agreement to, rewrite it, revise it.
Right.
And especially, I don't care when it comes up. If a situation comes up and you realize that it was something that was not lovely, pure, noble, just, praiseworthy, or good report, why would you entertain it and not change it? Exactly. The conversation could have been 10 years ago, 15. It's in your now moment. So that, again, time does not, it's what's going on in your mind right now. If it happened when you were 5 and you thinking about it, and it wasn't something praiseworthy, noble, just, virtuous, pure, noble, if that's not it, then just revise it. Because this is your reality. You get to remold it. You're going down to the potter's house, Jeremiah, and you're going to remake it in your mind. You got to, that's the potter. The potter is your imagination. You have the right to re-edit, redact, retell the story. You don't have to accept it.
Say it again for those in the back. That would include me. I used to rehearse my past and all the pain and what my mama said to me that broke my heart. She's gone. She long gone. Apologize, and I'm still suffering with my thoughts.
Yep.
Living life continuously in a cycle and a loop of what I didn't and do not want.
Man, I mean, but we've been so used to it. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is.
How often were we told that? You just have to accept life as it comes, because it just, good and bad happens to us all. God reigns on the just as well as the unjust. The sun shines on the good and the bad. No. We're going to rewrite that story. What?
That's just the name of the game.
No, not in my reality. The game. I'm putting on rose-colored glasses.
Right. Come on. That's what Mary Ann used to say. Wear your rose-colored glasses.
You better learn how to put those rose-colored glasses on and see what you want to see.
And why not?
Yes. I Am Janae says on YouTube, I always have a go-to thought, memory, song, whatever I can turn my attention to that brings me fulfillment, peace, joy, proud, before the spiraling starts. Stop calling it a spiral.
Come on.
That right there.
Yep.
What you mean before it starts? It's no spiraling.
Yeah. Okay, Mia, let me get out your way so you can say what you got to say.
Oh no, I just wanted to add, one of the first books that I started to read when I was awakening was the Four Agreements. And one thing that it talks about are those agreements, right? Those things that have been said to us throughout our life that we agreed to, right? And when you agree to it, you attach to it and it stays. And it becomes one of those stories. So one of the things it says is, you can write out those agreements and change them, right? And it's kind of like a form of revision. So the Four Agreements and Master Yourself are the two first books I read that really kind of led me into this way of thinking, of transforming your mind and those agreements that we have come to about ourselves and those attachments. So that just made me think about that as well.
Yeah, what are the Four Agreements?
They are let me look.
Oh, okay.
Be right back.
Okay. Because I am the agreement. All right. I am that I am. I am all things and no thing all at the same time, right?
Okay. So the Four Agreements are: be impeccable with your word. So basically, use your energy in the direction of truth and love. Speak with integrity and avoid using words against yourself or others. Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is about you. Their actions are a projection of their own reality. Taking it personally creates needless suffering. Don't make assumptions. Find the courage to ask questions and express what you really want to avoid misunderstandings, sadness, and drama. And always do your best. Your best will change from moment to moment, but doing your best prevents self-judgment, regret, and self-abuse. So those are the Four Agreements.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought that was 3. What was it sounded like it was 3. That was 4?
Yeah, be impeccable with your word. Don't take anything personally. Don't make assumptions, and do your best.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize do your best was separate from the assumption. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting, because we're all about assuming. We can never not assume.
I guess I think it says, what is it? I guess it's making, like, find your courage to ask questions and express what you want to avoid misunderstandings. So I think it's focusing on assumptions about others.
Okay, so all of these are agreements with others when there is none. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like everything it's saying is coming from the perspective of a relationship with something else, with another.
Right, being more in tune with yourself, yes.
The relationship appears to be like, this is about, don't assume the worst of another. Don't assume the know. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, because think about, like, those assumptions, like, you always
so basically judgments, the unrighteous judgment. Because here's the thing, we're always judging. So it's the unrighteous judgments that you're making, and they're calling those assumptions. Gotcha.
Yes. Okay. I kind of take it like, how you say sometimes, like, you're the only thinker and you've created that narrative for that person. So you create your own sadness and drama and misunderstanding based on the assumptions you put on another. And then you put those assumptions, you have created that ideology and those thoughts, right, about that person based on those assumptions. So don't make assumptions, Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it was a good little prerequisite book, and I think that a lot of these books kind of say the same thing in different ways. And you just have to kind of take from it what you want.
Yeah. As long as I get it when they say that someone else's thoughts is none of your business, right? What someone else is thinking or trying to tell you about you, no one knows you better than you, right? And you have the ability, right? I think they called it auto-suggestion. And what was it? I think that's what I never got Dr. Joseph Murphy in his book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. So you had the suggestion that comes from within, and then the suggestion that appears to come from another, right? And so you have, because I say appear to comes from another because there is no other. The thing that you're hearing are usually thoughts that you were already thinking, but you no longer agree with, right? You're no longer in agreement with those thoughts that someone is presenting to you. even though you were aware of them before, that's not the state that you occupy anymore. So at that time, when that thought is presented to you and it appears to come from someone else, it's actually coming from within you. And now you have to decide, are you going to continue to consent to that or reject it? And so that's why you have to be the watchman at the gate and guard thy heart, guard thy mind with all diligence, which means it's not enough to just sit there and listen to a thing. You also have to decide to reject it if you're not consenting or agreeing with it anymore. It's not enough not to speak. Like there's a scripture in the Old Testament that tells you that let no man speak ill of his neighbor. Well, it's not enough not to say bad things. You also have to think the lovely, the pure, the just, the noble, right? You also have to think the ways and not just be cleaning the house and not filling it with the love, with the peace, with the joy, right? I believe there's a parable in the scripture where it says, after the homeowner has swept the house and have garnished it and got rid of everything, because they didn't fill it with the love, the peace, the joy, what returned? The 7 devils. The devils returned, and then the house is worse than when it first began. 7 more, thank you. 7 more devils returned. So it's not enough just to not think evil. You also have to choose the good. You also have to think the good.
So kind of like church. Church is like going to the car wash, but not the mechanic. You looking clean and pretty, you went to church, you did all that, and then you leave, and you still broken inside because you didn't do the inner work. You're not going to have that peace and understanding, which is why you're going to be leaking oil, and you're going to be back there in church next time, trying to get filled up with the Holy Spirit again.
Well, it's only because there's no application. It's not really even, because here's the thing. A lot of these pastors are telling you what to do. The people are just looking for a full good moment, and people don't want the true transformation. Because they think that if the pastor gives the word, that's it. They don't think they have to apply it. Because you have the Bible just like the pastor does. They tell you to read it. They tell you to go home and study it. Are you studying it not to live it? Right? Because you bet your bottom dollar the pastor is applying it. You're deciding not to. That's all. Not just right. Read, study, and then what? Apply. Not just be a hearer, but be a doer. You got to work this word. You got to live this word. You have to see it through.
But even Bible study in church, Toyia, is still like a sermon. To me, like when I grew up in the church, going to Bible study, and you might have experienced this during your years in church. I don't know if they had Bible study in Pentecostal churches, but in Baptist church, they had Bible study. And when I would go to Bible study with my mom, it was still some person up there going over the Bible. To me, Bible study would be like, y'all go study it, and then I want to hear your interpretation to make sure you're understanding it. But it's still someone standing in front of you teaching it to you. So you're really not studying it on your own. You're still being taught.
Yeah. Sunday school is a little different because Sunday school is that they give you the stuff prior to. Bible study is that whoever the teacher is deciding what they want to bring to the people, right? Whereas Bible study was more of a universal thing. I mean, Sunday school was more of a universal type thing. Everybody's kind of studying the same thing, especially if we had Sunday school books. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, but again, you're hearing, but you're not doing. Because even if, you took the pastor literally when he's talking about the life you should be living, if you did just a little of that, people will get a transformation in their world. A lot of people are just going to be hearers. They're not going there to be transformed. They're going there to have the itching ears of what feels good. They want the miracle. They want the 5 loaves, 2 fish. They don't want the the dove descending from on high, and where the spirit dwells within them and brings about a true transformation. They're just there for the miracles. I'm looking
Last
for a
question.
miracle.
I have a last question. What's the difference between Sunday school and like Sunday morning worship? Because I went to Sunday school when I was really little, and I do remember it being kind of more in depth and actually teaching the Bible than actual church, because it wasn't involving all that extra stuff. And I know you were a Sunday school teacher, but I feel like they set Sunday school up for failure because they always made Sunday school early as hell before church. So it was like pre-church, then 3 o'clock church. My mom never went to Sunday school because it was so early. But the few times I went, it was a bit more thorough than actual church. So from your perspective, because you were a Sunday school teacher, do you feel that way, that Sunday school was more thorough than actual Sunday service?
Well, with Sunday school, it depends on who was the teacher, right? Because I led like I was over women like in my age group. So I was like early 30s, and I had like maybe mid 20s on up to like around my age group. So I'm basically just doing, and I'm going by the lesson, right? So, and that's, I think that's what made me start questioning, because now I'm really paying attention to what we're saying. Now I'm doing it. Now I have to teach, as opposed to being someone that's just there to listen. But when we would do Sunday school, so these are two different churches. So my first church before I got married, people would get up and would add to the conversation. It wasn't a morning sermon, because a morning sermon, you don't get to add your 2 cents to what the pastor is giving you. You just have to sit there and listen and accept what he's saying. In Sunday school, there's a discussion going on. People get to add to the conversation and say how they are interpreting the scriptures from their perspective. So that's where the Sunday school is different, because you actually do get to have a conversation, as opposed to a sermon. You're just receiving information. And so you get to hear other perspectives in Sunday school. And our Sunday school was like 10 or 11. They weren't, because it was like right after Sunday school, you went into service. So in a lot of the services started at 12. So you would say Sunday school was about 10 o'clock. And Sunday service was about 12, 11 or 12, depending on, again, which church you belong to. Yeah, so like 10 o'clock was and we would have a lot of people in our Sunday schools. People came out for Sunday school. I will say that. People did. So we have Anna. Oh, Sunday school is 9 a.m. for you? Okay. Hey, Anna. How have you been? It's been a long time.
I made a mistake. I didn't want to come up. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm sorry, but it's good to see you, and I'm just in the back listening.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're good. No problem. Yeah, I get it. People are just like, oh my goodness, why are you talking about wealth? What's wrong with wealth? Hey, Divinely Honest. Welcome everyone on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and that like button, and share if you care, because caring is sharing. Sharing is caring. Thank you. Hey, Chrissy, how are you? Welcome. TikTokers, make sure you continue to double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. Where we at? Oh, we got a nice little amount here. Okay. Let's go. I know we can be able to reach 100K today. Let's go. Yes, it is true. Because the God in you. Because who's God? The God in me. Right? It's the God in me. Says Mary. You are here to prosper. You are here to be the Lord of the earth, which means what? You create your own law. You create your own rules and regulations to life, right? Because love is forever present, because love is, right? You get to decide what works for you. When I remember when the first time I was starting to understand the Bible from a metaphysical perspective. And I was listening to people talk about the 10 Commandments. And it was one, I can't remember who I heard it from, but how they brought forth the knowledge, the wisdom that when the 10 Commandments say thou shall not, that means thou will not. Thou cannot. Why? Thou cannot put another God before you. It's impossible. When you do it, you're creating an illusion, because you are God and you are the devil. You are the doubter and you are the believer. You are both of them. So you'll never be able to put another God up ahead of you. It'll always be you. Regardless of whether you're calling it money, guess what? You're money. Whether you're calling it the devil, guess what? You're the devil. Whatever you're calling it, you are it. Because you are all encompassing. You are all things. You are everything that you're saying that you are. Is you. And so we know life is eternal. There is no, to me, that's what the crucifixion was about. The death, burial, and resurrection was letting you know that this is all going on in the mind, and the mind is the eternal part of you. The physical representation is not the eternal part of you. It's your consciousness that is. And so that never dies. It never dies. It is forever and ever. Forever and ever and ever. It's forever. It is eternal. And this third dimensional reality is just about the creator falling into its creation and literally becoming its creation. That's it. That's what's going on. That which created all things, that which we call the creator, consciousness, the universe, whatever you want to call it, God, fell into its creation, wanted to experience the very thing it created. And how would it do that? It had to become physical. Let's get physical, physical. I want to get physical. Let's get. Yes, and the Bible tells you that. See, it's certain scriptures that when you read them, you're like, damn, it was there the whole time. But it's how it's presented to you, right? Because it's in religion, it's presented to you as though, well, God might have made you, but you don't belong to God. God may have created you, but you're none of his unless you do these things. I get these steps that need to take place before God will ever claim you, before God will ever have a relationship with you, before God would ever know you. You first have to do something. And that's further from the truth. Because life is not about doing, life is about being. It's about being. It's about experiencing. It's about trusting. It's about knowing. Thank you, Janae. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Dana. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Say hi, Toyia. I'm new sub, learning a lot. Gratitude. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining, Dana Dawn. Thank you. Right? And so when we recognize that we're the creator, and once we get out of the illusion of separation, right? When the Bible talks about death, it's talking about the illusion of separation. It's talking about the spiritual devolution of consciousness into duality. That's all. We devolved because that which descended, that which was descended must ascend, right? That which descended had to fall from somewhere. If it descended, that means it fell from something, right? It fell in consciousness. And then it ascends. So that what came down must go back up. Right? So we fell in consciousness and then we arise in consciousness, right? Paul says it like this. We all sleep. We all fail in Adam. We all fail. And then we all what? Rise in Christ. So we fell in duality and we arise in oneness. That's what the scripture is telling you. That separation is the illusion. That's the illusion. to think that the world is separate. You are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. We are our world. Literally, we are our world. Our world is a reflection of what's going on within our own awareness, our own consciousness, because consciousness is your reality. It is the only one reality you are experiencing, your consciousness, your individualized perspective of your truth, whatever you say that is. You're not experiencing my truth. You're experiencing your truth. You're not experiencing my perspective. You're experiencing your own individualized truth. That's why the script says, I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. It's because what is he saying? I am the cause of all. I'm the cause of it all. What if I'm the cause of it all? I recognize I'm the cause of it all. What do I want to cause it all to be? Give beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, that they may be called righteous. I think that's how it goes. I didn't learn that script yet. I only know bits and pieces of that script. But and the thing is that we don't like to take, whether it's religion or spirituality, they want to diminish the power that we are by telling us, oh, but that's not you. Oh, that didn't come from you. You're not that thought. That's not you doing it. No. It's happening to you. You're just a receiver. No, you're also the broadcaster. You're not only the receiver, you're the broadcaster. Right, God did it, right? Yes, you're receiving it, but you're also the one creating it because you are consciousness itself, keyed low. The higher you is the one that's causing it, right? They tell us it's two yous, right? It's the lower you and the higher you, but it's all you. There's no separation there. It's the logical you, and it's the divine, the one that operates outside of logic. How did the Christ say it to the Jew? Would they seek for a sign? And to the Greek, it's foolishness. See, the higher self is past all logic. It doesn't, and when we say logic, we're talking about us trying to think about how it should take place. Our reasoning minds don't necessarily think from the standpoint that our higher self does. Because the higher self says, well, if I want more money, I have to work harder. I have to pick up extra hours. I got to get a side hustle. I got to grind more. And the higher self says, I can do you one better. I can just bring it to you. You can just chill. You can just be still and know, and I got you. But no, that's not how it works. I just can't sit still and know. I just can't be still and do nothing. That's not how it works. Actually, I have to get out there and I have to make it happen. And the higher self says, oh, do you now? Well, go right here. Let me see you work. Work it. And you're like, oh, I'm so exhausted. I'm so tired. I'm stressed. I'm overwhelmed. I'll sleep when I'm dead. And then we scoff at those who actually do live that life, who actually do live what we call the soft life, right? When they said, I'm just going to marry into marriage. He going to do all the work and I'm just going to sit there and look pretty. And he gonna go home. He gonna go make the bacon. I'm gonna fry it in the pan. I'm gonna live my bed. And I ain't working hard. I'm just... And that goes for both men and women, because there are men that have married into wealth too. It's just not one-sided. It's just not women that marry into wealth. There are men who actualize that too, who recognize, I ain't really gotta work my behind if I don't learn to work my mind. So those who get into investment, right? They figure out how to be hedge fund, right? Hey, hedge funders. And like, I figure out how to manipulate these markets so I can manifest a whole lot of money. And we call them geniuses, right? Because they not working they behinds. They figured it out. Oh, I just gotta... And here's the thing. It's not just for them. It's for whoever can tap into that. It's for whoever that want to realize that I don't have to work hard in order for money to come into my experience, even though the world tells me, yes, you do. You got to earn your living by the sweat of your brow. A man don't work, he don't eat, says Paul. Well, he's talking about working the mind, not working your behind. But since you think you have to work your behind, you will. The work the Bible is talking about is always mental. It's never physical. The curse was the belief that you had to work physically. That's the curse. You thought that you had to do something to make it so. That's, again, the illusion of separation. You can't make it so. What did Christ came to reveal to you? I do nothing. I don't do anything. I just know that the Father always hears me and he gives me exactly what I ask for. And he told you that. He said, oh, Father, I know that you always hear me. Yeah, Lazarus, bring your butt up out that tomb. Get up. Get up. Come forth. Come hither. And here come Lazarus hopping out the tomb. You called me? Who rang? Who rang? Because everything responds to who? The voice of God. Your world is always responding to you. You telling your desire, come struggle through it. Come test me before you give it to me. I must go through tribulation. I must strain. I must sacrifice. I must compete. I must compromise. And your desire says, whatever you say, your wish is my command. If you must go through the struggle and the heartache before you get it, then I got you. I'm going to do it every time. You're going to struggle. You're going to strain. You're going to compromise. You're going to compete. You're going to sacrifice. I'm going to serve it up to you on a platter. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Just as you desired. I'm going to give it to you just like that. It's already open. The door was always open. You just had to put one foot in front of the other. And soon you'll be walking out the door. Just put one foot in front. All you had to do was see yourself in it, as it. And you will have it. Rich means whatever you believe it means. It means all the things. Rich in money, rich in love, rich in relationship, rich in health, rich mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and rich in all things good. That's what rich is. It's a wealth mindset, well-being. That's what it's about. And then you came to have the abundant life. You came to prosper in all that you do. That's what you came to do. Hello, Flipter. Welcome.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine. Looking great too. Beautiful black sister.
Oh,
I must
thank you.
say.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Do you really believe the Bible?
Oh, yeah.
All of it?
Yes. I believe it's all psychological and metaphysical. From Genesis to Revelations, it's all about what's going on in the mind. That's what I accept it as.
You don't accept it as like actual people?
No.
That.
Mm-mm.
Why not?
I once did because I used to be a Christian. So I actually did used to, as Paul said, perceive Jesus from a human perspective, but I thus no longer see him from that perspective. Paul said that, right? He used to view Jesus Christ from a physical perspective. Because when you see it from a physical perspective, it gets very contradictory. It makes God be a bloodthirsty type God. And even though we're told it's loving, it would be seem very narcissistic if I took it as from a physical perspective.
So like, that's confusing. Did he exist?
Not for me.
For you, how did you get that revelation?
Well, first the revelation was, like I said, when I took it literal from a historical lens, it was contradictory. And then around 2018, I was still asking questions, even though I had left the church. I was like, man, it has to be more to this life. What is going on with this life? I was asking those questions within myself, talking to my family about it. And then I came across this video. It was about law of attraction. And then I discovered other authors such as Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, Bill Donahue, Reverend Ike, and they were all teaching the Bible from a metaphysical, esoteric perspective. And that resonated. Then I was like, oh, okay, so God really is a God of love. God was never telling people to destroy or unalive other people because he wanted a piece of land. That isn't what God was telling the Israelites, or to always be at odds with all of the other nations around them. That's not what God was saying at all. When I came to that revelation, that to me, that just made more sense, and it made God be the God of love. It stopped making God be prejudiced against those who didn't know him.
But it's like those people actually existed. Pontius Pilate, he's a real man. Jesus is a real man. Jerusalem is a real place.
Okay, so let's take your perspective. Let's take your perspective and say they existed, right? We can take your perspective.
They did.
Okay. And so what does that mean for you? How does that help you in your life? Because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. That there's a difference in your lived experience. That these people existed in time and space. How does that affect your everyday life from a practical way?
Because it's like when I read the Bible, right? Mm-hmm. It's full of instruction. God gave instruction in there. Mm-hmm. If he says something like shrimp, crab, and whatever you eat that's cloven footed, but don't chew the cud. This is instruction. Why is it there? It's not there for you just to read. The Bible was said to be guidance. So if you hear something like that and you say, okay, what is not chewing of the cud? Then you dig a little deeper and you say things like dare, pork. This is the Bible telling me not to eat this. Why? You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. But why? Why shouldn't you eat it?
Because it says this is unclean to you. Flat out, full stop.
Interesting.
Do not eat this because it's unclean to you.
Yeah, that's the same thing Peter thought when God brought down different animals from the sky and told him to eat. And he said, oh, I can't eat that which is unclean. And he said, don't call what I made unclean. Who are you to call what I've made unclean? So there was another revelation going on here in the New Testament. So the New Testament was telling you, oh, that's not what it meant at all. God wasn't never calling what he made unclean, because all that he made was what? Good. All that God ever made was good. Mm-hmm. It was man that decided something was wrong with it.
Also, when you read it in the Bible, and God, if you believe it, God said that it's unclean to you. So if God says it's unclean to you, then that's what it is.
He came and said that he didn't call it unclean. So which one we gonna do? We gonna just stick in the old, or we not gonna go to the new? Because that's what I'm saying. There's a contradiction there, because the old is telling you, yes, you should not be eating these things because they're unclean, and then you have the New Testament revelation with Peter saying, "Oh, don't call what I made unclean. You gonna eat that. You're going to digest what I'm putting before you. You're no longer going to call those things that I have made and call it unclean."
Did he eat it? Because he refused. He said, "I've never eaten anything."
So he disobeyed God. That's what you're telling me.
Did he eat it?
Did he? Are you telling me he disobeyed God? That God gave him an instruction and he decided to disobey? Is that what you're telling me?
If I get the proof, would you stop eating pork?
Oh no. I'm not a Christian, so I don't need to stop. I don't need to do anything literal. Again, I told you it's all psychological. So why would I? I'm not a Christian. I don't need to interpret the Bible. Yeah, but I don't need to interpret the Bible from a literal. I already told you I interpret it from a psychological one, not from a literal.
Okay, so how psychologically do God help you? Because God says, this is like literally, if you do you do it to get closer to God?
I am God. What?
Oh, you are?
Yes, yeah, we all are. We all are God.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. So if you can take that from the Bible, then why don't you take anything else, like what I just read you? Like, how do you say?
I do take it, but I don't take it literally. That's the thing. I take that. I mean, all of these things are things that walk on the ground, the creeping on the ground, right? Like the animals, the beasts of burdens are all on the ground. Those are all lower thoughts that you are not to eat and consume. So I'm telling you how I'm taking it psychologically. So hold on. So all of these things, all of the pig and the deer and the cow, all of these things, they are on the ground. They are lower natures of mind. Because all things that fly and like birds and everything, that those are high, those represent higher states of thinking. So the Bible's telling me never operate from the lower nature of self. Never operate from negativity and doubt and limitation, those things that walk upon the earth. Only operate from those things that fly high above in the sky, the higher thoughts, positivity, limitlessness, faith, trust, knowing. Yeah, you think on that way. That's how you use your mind. You never lose your mind to wallow in the mud as a pig does. You don't get dirty in that and with limitation and negativity. You rise above that and you operate from a higher way of thinking. See, that's how I interpret the scriptures. But here's the thing. If you feel like not eating pork makes you closer to God, then don't eat it. I'm not here to tell you to stop doing what you do. I'm not here to convince or convert. If you feel like your way of interpreting the script works for you, don't change a thing. Now, because I'm not going to. I'm not changing how I perceive. Like I said, I used to see it from that perspective. The way I see it now, I'm so much more freer. Life is so much more easier. I actually do live the abundant life now. I actually do have peace of mind, joy in my soul. You know, that I'm experiencing that Sabbath day of rest, that rest from worry and complaining and doubting and negativity. Yeah, that's the life I'm experiencing. When I take the Bible as a psychological script, it's psychological instruction as opposed to historical text.
What did the Bible say about hearts of men and their doctrines?
Who says that I'm giving you the doctrine of men? I'm giving you the doctrine of the Bible. You just don't like it because that's not how you've interpreted it. Because I could say the same thing about religion. I could say that's a doctrine of men. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah, but the Bible says one thing and one thing only. That's why it says, lead not into your own interpretation.
Really? So whose interpretation are you leaning on? While you're telling me, where are you getting your interpretation from? Who gave you your interpretation?
When you read this book, right?
No. Answer the question. You told me not to lean on my interpretation. Whose interpretation are you leaning on? You told me that I can't trust my own beliefs, my own thinking. So whose interpretation are you trusting? Are you trusting in your own thoughts and your interpretation, or is someone else's interpretation that you're trusting?
like say for instance, the scripture that
Oh, okay. You don't want to answer that
He gonna
question.
answer.
Okay.
Can I please just ask you something?
No, because you don't respect her enough to answer her question, and she's the
That's what I'm
host.
trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. That's a grown woman. I don't think she need help.
Right, but she, as a grown woman, you need to respect her to answer her question.
Do you need help, sister? Do you?
No, I need you to answer her question.
Do you need help, sister?
I don't need help, brother. I
think
need you to answer her question.
I know that sister is strong. She don't need help.
You know she's strong. Well, then strongly answer her question.
She don't need help. Mute up.
I don't need to mute up. Make me mute up. You can't, because you're not a moderator. It's not your platform.
I wasn't even talking to you in the first place.
I know you weren't talking to me in the first place. Answer her question in the second place.
To me? Why are you
talking to me? What are you talking about?
Talking to me.
Answer her question. Are you from the Bronx or are you from Brooklyn?
I'm from Philly.
Oh, you from Philly? Well, feel like answering her question so we can move on.
I love that. That was a good one, Mia. That was a good one. You got to give her that one, Flip. That was a good one.
Don't dap her up.
Yeah, you know that was a good one. You knew that was a good one.
She got me good. But look, right? So look, right? What I was trying to say was, so when I say certain things in here don't need interpretation, it's just like if you Christ say, until heaven and earth pass, shall not one jot or tittle pass from the law. That don't need interpretation, baby. That don't. That's like your father telling you, if you go outside and you stay outside past 8, something gonna happen to you.
No, here's the thing, that the law never needs interpreting because it's summed up in 2 commandments. Jesus summed it up. When you operate in love, you don't need a law. It's so simple. When you lead in love, you fulfill the law. Because when you love thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, and all that's within thee, and then you love your neighbor as yourself, you have fulfilled the law. There you go. That's the law. The law is love. So after that, everything else is just commentary.
Yep. I'm with you, baby girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to convert. I'm not, because I don't want the girl in red to beat me up, right? Because she don't play no games about you. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to get jumped on.
It's
like,
pink, baby boy. It's pink, baby boy. It's not red.
All right. Well, lady in pink, man, I ain't trying to get beat up by a woman in pink, man. That's going to make me look bad. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing I'm trying to say is, like, listen, right? Come back to your Bible. What it tells you to do it. Because guess what's coming out? It's starting to come out that you just might be an Israelite. Like, you just might be an Israelite. I think I might be too. You know, and if that's so, God held a special covenant with you. And as a daughter of Zion, you got to uphold it. That's all I come to tell you. Read it a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully you'll come back to the covenant. I mean,
I am the covenant, and so are you, but that's okay. We're already the covenant.
Yeah, no, I'm in on that covenant, man. I'm in on the covenant. You know, when God tells me not to eat pork, man, I don't eat that shit.
So what you think is going to happen if I continue to eat pork? What you think is going to happen?
Want me to read it? I'll read it for you because it says right here. It says that if you're caught wearing strange apparel or eating swine's flesh or the mouse, you will be all consumed. You will be consumed altogether.
Consumed with what?
Consumed.
Consumed with what?
In the Bible. I'm about to tell you. Consumed in the Bible.
Oh, so you have to interpret it for me.
No, I'm about to tell you.
Oh, yeah. You got to tell me what consumed means. Okay.
Hold on. Calm down.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Let me say it, right? If you go into the Bible, right, and you get the definition to what consumed mean in this here verse, that means unalived.
Okay.
That's what it say.
That's not what it says. It says consumed. It does not say. I think the Bible knows how to say death when it's talking about death. It says to be consumed.
Toyia, are you Casper? Are you still here? Is that why
I guess only on TikTok, because I am a little transparent on TikTok.
Oh my God!
You know, on
Casper.
TikTok, I'm a little transparent, so I may be a ghost on TikTok.
Yes, I think that's why you're transparent, Toyia.
No, it's saying that. No, it's
Oh my
saying
God,
that.
I'm transparent too. I had bacon last week.
Yeah, listen, no, but it's saying that when the Lord returns, not now. When the Lord comes back and your court eating that bacon, I'm gonna get it in because I read King James Version.
The Lord ain't worried about me eating bacon. There's kids over on that island, sir. You think the Lord is worried about bacon?
Out another all right, well,
what are you talking about? 400 years a slave, and he's worried about bacon.
Eat your pork and ham.
Oh my God! You think all this is going on in the world, and Jesus of Nazareth and that moo is worried about bacon?
Listen, eat all that pork you want.
I am.
And when the Lord returns and you get
and I'm abundant, and the Lord bless me every day. And He told me, put it on that burger if you want it. He said, put it next to them grits if you want it. He said, do what you want because everything I made is good. And the only reason it's bad is because you think it's bad.
All right, well, eat that BLT. Chow down, baby. Chow down. All I'm going to do is listen to what the Bible says. If it says that if I'm caught eating swine's flesh, I will be consumed, then I ain't eating that shit. That's just flat out bottom line.
So what? You gonna eat it and then you gonna be consumed. So what? He gonna come back and eat you?
No, you're gonna be put to.
When?
When he returns.
When he coming? Because he's supposed to be returning since when?
It says, thus saith the Lord.
What?
Yeah, girl. So listen.
So okay, if your daddy said he was going to the store and get some milk, and 20 years later he ain't came back with no milk, you still gonna believe he coming?
No.
Because you sound like your daddy left to get some milk and never came back. The way you be talking to these women.
No. Listen. Actually, my daddy would you trust the father?
Actually, would you trust the father? No, listen.
What?
Listen. Would you trust the father who said, "Hey, I'm about to go to the store, but if times get hard, I'm gonna come back to save you"? And 20 years later, 30 years later, he never came back. You trust that person?
Oh no.
No, you would. No.
I'm 40 years old. By this point, I'm a grown ass man. That's a bad example to use.
It's not a bad example.
If you believe in Christ,
you watch a lot of superhero movies. The last time I checked, the superhero comes swooping out. Soon as Superman get off work, he put on his work uniform and come save the world.
I know,
but I don't know. Y'all savior looks like he's on vacation. He's retired. Your Savior has retired.
You don't believe in the Bible? Do you believe in the Bible?
I believe the Bible is not literal. I do not believe snakes talk. I do not believe somebody got swallowed by a whale. I don't believe in fairy tales. I believe in things that really exist.
How do you know the devil ain't? How do you know that the devil ain't revealed?
Prove me wrong right now. Go get a snake and tell him to get on the panel.
How do you know?
Because I know snakes don't talk, and I know you don't walk on water, and I know most things get swallowed by whales. Go ahead and get me a snake. Give me a snake and prove me wrong. Give me a snake and prove me wrong.
Just say.
No, just say you believe in fairy tales. Just believe you believe in fairy tales.
So yeah, you don't believe in the Bible.
Just believe you need a psychological evaluation.
You do.
No.
If you say you believe in something. If you say you believe in something but don't.
Here's a question that I want you to answer. Can you answer this question?
Shorty.
Do you believe that snakes can talk?
You shut out, Shorty.
Do you believe that snakes can talk?
Then don't believe in the book.
Do you believe that snakes can talk?
Then don't believe in the book.
Do you believe that snakes can talk? This is your belief.
You believe that
you believe in the Bible literally. Do you believe that snakes can talk? Do you believe that
he rose again?
Oh my God.
Do you?
He can't answer a basic question.
Do you believe he rose again?
No, I'm not a Christian, but you
don't
are.
Believe in, so do you believe in the Bible?
Do you believe snakes can talk?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Yeah. You do? What the last thing a snake said to you?
Nothing. And I never read a snake in the Bible talking.
What? Wait, hold on. The snake that warned Adam and Eve, he was talking, but first he was walking, and then he was talking, and then he got cursed to no one.
First of all, it called him a serpent.
Whatever, he was talking.
It wasn't a snake.
Secondly, We have a lot of bronchiosaurus bones. We got a lot of Tyrannoraptor bones. Can you find us a Mary Magdalene skull? Can you find us a Paul skull? Can you find us a Peter skull? Can you find us one of the 12 disciple skulls, please? Because we got a lot of dinosaur skulls, but we ain't got not a Nan skull or none of them people in the Bible y'all say exist. How is that possible?
You really believe dinosaurs actually existed? Makes sense.
No. Fuck no.
You believe dinosaurs really walked the earth?
Just because
You really believe us? You believe donkeys? You believe in talking donkeys?
Dinosaurs really walked the earth?
You believe that a man walked on water?
Wait. So they
gave you
proof. Your
proof.
brain crazy.
Wait. So they gave you proof. See, this is how I know you don't know nothing, because you like to talk when other people are talking.
You believe it was dinosaurs?
Wait. So they gave you bones.
Do you believe they walked on the moon too? You believe they walked on the moon too?
Let me know when you done talking, Beanie Siegel.
Beanie Siegel.
Beanie Siegel. This ain't state property, Beanie Siegel. I know you from Philly. I know you from Philly, Beanie Siegel. But you're not running anything on this panel, Beanie Siegel. So when you done yelling and spitting on your mic, when you done yelling and spitting like them pastors you listen to, I will ask my question.
He's not going to answer a question. We're just going to move on from the conversation.
He just likes to yell and talk over people.
Wait.
We're going to move on from the conversation.
How's she going to call me Beanie Siegel?
No, Beanie Siegel. Because they showed you bones of dinosaurs and you don't believe in that, but you believe snakes can talk. So I'm done, Beanie Siegel. State Property 3 coming out soon.
All right, they voted you off the island, Flipper. You did not survive. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna make it. Keep. You did not survive this island, though. So I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Have a great rest of your day. Okay. Oh. He was like, they're like, we're so over it. They're like, move on to the next conversation. We don't want to have, So yeah, y'all gotta come up though, so we can keep this conversation going. Aren't you all tired of hearing me talk? Let me stop. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
I have a question about the heavenly language and speaking in tongues. What's your interpretation of that from the metaphysical or the allegorical?
They spoke with new tongues. Spoke with new tongues.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. When the Spirit falls upon you, don't you speak with a new tongue?
Yes. You
don't speak in negativity and doubt.
Right.
Yeah, you got you flames of fire.
Right.
Yeah, that fire is a consuming fire. What does it do? Burn up everything that ain't like God. That ain't no good.
Okay.
Yep. See, what Jesus say? Oh, John, he came to baptize you with water. He came to give you spiritual truth, spiritual revelation. But I'm coming to baptize you with fire, which means I'm about transformation. See, it ain't enough to know this truth. You got to be transformed by it. So when the Pentecostals come, and they were up in the upper room, in the mind, and the higher realms of consciousness. Right? And the Spirit fell, and they spoke in new tongues, and everybody understood one another. Even though they were speaking in new tongues, they understood what I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's time to rise up. Let's rise up, y'all. Let's rise up in consciousness.
Okay. So it wasn't a literal speaking in a foreign, undiscernible language.
Right. Because how could it be if they understood one another? Every man understood in their own tongue. Okay. Because
then in the church, you had in different churches, I know I've been in one or two services where they say, okay, now interpret that for us, sister.
Would they do it?
Somebody will get up and say, right? And then somebody will come up. And then somebody will come up and they say, interpret that for us, sister. And then she'll come up and say, what she was saying was, blah, blah, yada, yada.
Really? Somebody actually was interpreting. At least they were sticking to the script. Because I know in the churches I was in, because I came from a tongue talking, foot stomping, Church of God in Christ.
Okay.
And wasn't nobody in there interpreting a damn thing. They was interpreting their own stuff. They'd be like, I'm in the spirit. And the Lord said, bring me them $1,000 because he gonna bless you. I said, yeah. They wanted some money about you. God about to do a new thing with your money.
Okay.
It's only gonna be a new thing with your money. And they would prophesy, but you know what the prophecies is always?
Prophesy. That's what they would be doing. Prophesying.
You know what the prophecies is always? Condemnation. The Lord, they get up in front of the church and they go through their thing. Some people would twirl around. Some people would walk back and forth like the Lord is downloading. We call it downloading now, but giving them the revelation of whatever they need to give to the church. And it was always, God ain't happy. Just know God ain't happy. God was never happy. God was never happy. Except when he wanted money from you so he could bless you. Then God was happy. Won't he do it with your $1,000? Then he ain't doing it. If I gotta give him something to make him do something, then he ain't doing it. I'm the cause. What?
A conditional God. A conditional God. Under these conditions, I will love you and bless you.
They were not profit lying. They were being profitable.
Yeah.
Their pockets were running deep.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
with your money. No, somebody said in the comments they were profit lying. And I was like, no. They were prophesying. They were prophesying all the way to the bank with your money. They was like, oh, so much money. Oh, so much money. They were prophesying. As they sighed all the way to the bank with them profits that you just gave them.
It's this house built. I can get my wife that Mercedes.
Ooh, a sigh of relief. Ooh, they bought it hook, line, and sinker. Look at all this money, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yabba dabba doo.
Yabba dabba doo. I see you.
That's cool. Yabba dabba doo. Okay, thank you.
That's what makes America one of the greatest countries in the world. Because you literally be whatever the fuck you want to be.
That's whatever you want to be.
You can scam your way to success. But again, it's not even really scamming if people buy into it, right? I know I say scamming, grifters and all that, right? People preying on people's ignorance and desperation, and but they're really just giving the people what they want.
Yeah.
So you really can't condemn the people. Like I say, you can't hate the players. You gotta what?
Hate the game.
Play the game or choose not to play at all. Start your own game.
Right.
Because I really like that book, Busting Loose from the Money Game. We all read that as a collective here and for our book club. And he reminded us that the game that we find ourselves smack dab in the middle of is rigged against us. Yes. If you really want to experience prosperity, wealth in this reality, you're going to have to make your own rules. You're going to have to stop trying to play their game, to play in their system.
Yes.
You have to realize that the system that you are going to win in is your own system. You have to decree and declare, because the rules will say, well, you can't get a house if you don't have 20% down, or you don't have a great credit score. You won't get you won't get a great rate and all. You can't play their game. You gotta be like, no, I see myself in the house. And whatever needs to happen for you to get a house will happen. You may inherit a house, you may win sweeps, all kinds of things can happen to bypass their laws and their rules and their regulations. You have to understand you're above man's laws.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta play your own game.
Yeah.
And then you know that, and here's the thing: when you play your own game, you know you always win.
Right.
Because you make the rules. And why would you make the rules ever for you to lose?
Right.
What? You better rewrite that. You better rewrite that game. Rewrite that script. Your script should never be to lose. What?
Right. Right.
Like what? No, we're not losing at the game of life.
Right.
That's a great book, by the way. Did you read that book, Miss Kitty?
No,
The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn.
Oh yes, I read that whole collection.
Yes. Neville Goddard even has a lecture on the Game of Life too. Neville Goddard has a lecture on that too.
Yeah. Yes, I read her a long time ago. I need to reread it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lamont. Yep. I mean, you gotta decide what it is you want. Not what the world says you should have. Not the way the world says you should get it.
Right. That's for sure.
Man, I am. You have a question?
I want to say something. In my country, one person will speak in tongues, and different person will interpret it. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Yeah, you're saying it right.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do in my country.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. So one person will speak in tongues, the other person will. Yeah, and we don't even know whether the interpretation is right or wrong. We just accept it that way. But I don't know what they say. Sometimes they interpret it based upon their interest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they say, right. Oh, God is saying that we should listen to the pastors, we should give to them. So yeah, they'll interpret it based upon their interest. And nobody can speak in tongues in the church unless the elders, and no one can interpret unless the elders. So it's a group thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they all in on it.
Yeah. Speak in tongues when we gather. Yes.
Yeah, they be setting people up. They be like, okay, y'all, this is what's gonna happen. They probably have a meeting. They be having a meeting in the back door, in the office, in the pastor's office, and they be like, okay, y'all, it's time to get some more money about these people. So I need you to bring a prophecy in, okay? And all they gotta do is just get up and just start yabba dabba doing.
Yeah.
And then say, okay, I'm gonna interpret because we need some funds, and we need to let these people know that it's better to be obedient than to sacrifice. God loves obedience better than it's about, but they want both, right? Even though they're telling you God desires obedience over sacrifice, they want you to do both. They want you to sacrifice your money by being obedient to their command.
Did you also know, Toyia, that in the church, one time I was close to our church accountant, and I was watching how she was doing it. And in the Baptist church, it's also like a popularity contest. The people who give the most in tithes get the most out of the church. So they pay attention to who's giving the most, and then they get the most powerful positions in the church as well. So that's a thing too. And also, I don't know why people put so much into being taught and the messages they get from these pastors and believing everything that they've been taught. Like, think about school. They taught you about Christopher Columbus like he was someone to be celebrated in a holiday when he was literally a pirate who came and slaughtered people, right? But they don't teach you that in school. He was a pirate who came and slaughtered and unalived people, but they teach you like he's some person to be celebrated in school. So that in itself should show you that once you're being taught information, especially information that happened in a time that you weren't there for, and there's no one else to give you the information, that they can change the story any way they want it.
Yep. And
you're just going to have to take it or leave it.
Yeah, because if you give the most, they have to keep you there. So they got to give you a job. They got to make you a deacon or something, right? So I was a tither. So what was my job? I sang in a choir, sang. I did the announcements. And I forgot what they call it, where you count the tithes. I forgot what that position was, but 2 Sundays a month, I will go upstairs and help count the money. So they wanted to make sure that they had given me a position. Why? Because I was a faithful tither. I was a faithful giver. I was faithful to the church. I was dedicated to churchianity. I was faithful. There was no time that I did not pay a tithe or give an offering, especially when I worked. Now, when I got married, that was a different story because I didn't work when I was married. So the tithes and offerings weren't tithing and offering. But when I was single, they definitely got the money about me. Go ahead, I am.
Then you were tired. Then you were tired because it's not easy. Me, I don't like to stay in church for long. Oh, they don't even close and I'm gone. For you to count the church money, so you are the last person to leave the church.
Well, I was the only. It's like 3 or 4 of us. It's about 3 or 4 of us, you know. But I didn't look at it like that. I didn't look at it as a negative thing. You know, you look at it like, oh, you know, you're like, oh, they're noticing. Oh, they're.
So what time do you go to church?
Like I said, I believe the Sunday school wasn't a long thing. So like the first church I went to before I got married, that pastor wasn't a long preacher, right? So I believe I want to say Sunday school was at 10, like 10 to 11, then we had a break, and then we would go into Sunday service at 12, and we'd probably be done by 2 or 2:30. And the sister church, which is the church I began in, it didn't do a whole lot of like the YPWW or the Sunday night services. And so we were gone probably about 2 or 3 and back home. When I got married and went over to the sister church, that's when those days was much longer. They were more about the Sunday school. They were more about the YPWW in the Sunday night services. We had those regularly at that church. That was a regular thing, plus Wednesday night Bible study and Friday night testimonial service. Now the first church, they were all about the Tuesday night Bible study and Friday night testimonial service. But on Sunday, the only time we did maybe a night service is if we were doing like it was a special day, like it was a men's service, women's service, a choir anniversary, pastor. Like it had to be something going on that we would stay for that night service. So he wasn't really into the night services. So it just depends on what church you belong to.
In my country, Africa, if you have a position, you go early and you will come back late.
Yeah.
The elders, they stay long. They stay in the church for long.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to keep you. Yeah, and here's the thing: whatever has your attention will have you. Whatever has your mind, right? So it's all about. Here's the thing, though: we as the human side of us, right? We want belonging, so we're always looking for our group, right? That's where you get the social clubs, right? That's where you get. So when you like those who may go off to college, right? They're trying to get you to join the fraternities or sororities, right? So you can feel like you connected to something. And if you don't join those type of social clubs, maybe you join like the chess club or the debate club, or right? Because we're social beings, right? So we're always trying to find where we fit in and who we can relate to, right? So we understand the reason for church, right? The only thing is the church isn't about individuality, it's about conformity. So they don't want you to think for yourselves. They just want people to lift up whoever happens to be in authority, right? So you're propping up the pastor or you're propping up the bishop, right? So it is a pyramid. All of these social clubs are pyramids. It's always one at the top and then it flows down, and then the body, the base is what's upholding the top, right? If the base isn't sturdy, if the people aren't tithing, offering, and faithful, that church will not prosper. The pyramid will fall flat. They need to have this foundation be steady. They need people to be faithful. So you can tell the churches that don't have a sure foundation. It's usually a lot of these family churches where they only have, and then you go into certain communities that we like to call neighborhoods, where there are 3 or 4 or 5 churches in a mile radius of one another. because those churches, they're just eking out. They try to pull teeth and nail to get something, to get money, an offering for the pastor's anniversary. There are some churches are struggling to survive because they haven't figured out really how to truly manipulate the congregation. They haven't found their sweet spot of how to convince the people that they're sent of God to help bring, them a different reality. Whether, because some people use fear and condemnation, and others use prosperity. Those who are really good with the fear and condemnation and the control, they can get their congregation to do anything. And those who are really good at the promising of wealth and health, if they have a really good way of delivering that message, they're going to prosper.
Can I add something? I believe what you're saying is so true. My ex-husband, when I was married, his older sister had a troubled youth. She had gone to prison in her early 20s, and she had got out of prison and changed her whole life around. But she had joined a church that the pastor fed off of the guilt and condemnation. And his sister was literally obsessed with church. She lived in the church. My ex-husband used to be so annoyed. And she had 3 or 4 children. She was married. Her husband was a deacon in the church. His freaking nickname was Deke at this point. She literally was in the church all day Sunday, all day Saturday, all day Bible study. She lived in the church. She was working and cleaning the church on the weekend, doing everything. She couldn't do anything. She came to our wedding and couldn't even stay for the reception because she wanted to make sure she could make church Sunday.
Oh, wow.
And my ex-husband was so upset. So, and because of her past and all the things she had done that she felt so much guilt and condemnation for, that church thrived off of that. And usually that bottom level is full of all those people. That's who keep that church running. The bottom level, usually for those churches, the people who are struggling, had the hard lives, did the bad things, have a bad past, and their works, they manipulate their works, and they think their works are all those things they doing for the church for free, right?
Service, girl, you gotta be of service.
Yep.
They're all about the service. They all about trying to get you to work for free. Yep. That's all that is.
Absolutely.
Service is just work for free.
And on top of that, the worst thing about it, she was poor as dirt. Her family was struggling. They were very poor. They were moving all the time. They barely had what they needed as a family. And I thought that was ridiculous, of all that you were pouring into that church. And they never poured into her. And she never.
Girl, she gonna get her reward in heaven. Don't you know that? She getting her mansion in the sky with the streets paved with gold, girl. She gonna have a 10,000 square foot home in the sky, girl.
And isn't that amazing though? You're giving that much to the church, yet that she has been homeless before. And you think that church gave them anything, put them in a place to stay? And I remember when my ex-husband his kidneys failed when we were right before we even got married. And I was there with him. Matter of fact, I don't think it was his kidneys failed. I think it was right after kidney failed, he had to get a surgery. So I was there with him. And, my ex-husband, he wasn't no big Bible thumper. He didn't really go to that church, but his mother did and his sister did. And he would visit every now and then. So his pastor was actually in the hospital visiting one of the church members in the hospital. And he happened to walk past his room. And he was like, "Oh, well, you didn't tell me you was in the hospital." And my husband was like, "I'm supposed to call you and let you know I'm sick for you to come check on me?" And he didn't come check on my husband because he's not a tither. He's not a member that be there all day. He's not a top-notch giver. Those pastors, they only come visit their favorites because we got to make sure you feel special. But if you're not a giver and you're not there every single Sunday, you're not giving all your tithes, they don't care about you. And I remember one Sunday before I land, I went there when I was going down there to visit his mother, and I went to church. And they did this thing about wanting to lay hands on people. "Oh, I want y'all to come up and lay hands." And I was standing there. I said, "I'm not coming up there. You better not come back here. You better not touch me because I'm not going to fake it. And if you try to lay hands, you're going to be shamed today this Sunday because I ain't moving. I'm going to be a statue back here. I'm going to hurt his feelings. I'm going to ruin it for him. He come back here trying to touch my head and want me to move and act. I'm going to be a statue."
So, that's just firsthand with what Toyia was saying. Is so very much true. It's just fake. It's performative. It's manipulative, and it never gives you what you need. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to share.
Oh, thank you. I'm not saying some people don't benefit from it, because again, when you get positions, right? You get positions, that means you get special offerings, you get special tithes, and then when you get your tithes, you got to tithe to the people that's higher than you, and then they got to tithe to the people that are higher. So it's this. So you find yourself as a mother of the church, as a missionary, as a minister, right? And you go out and you say, oh, because ministers and missionaries, evangelists, they become evangelists, and they can go out and preach the word to different churches in the community, right? They go on, everybody just going, making a little circuit, preaching to the choir, right? And they're just getting their offerings or whatever. They get their offering, and they got to get 10% of that offering to their pastor, to their bishop, because a Church of God in Christ, they had districts, right? And the districts that I belong to, the first one was the 8th district. I can't really remember the second one, but the second one I went to, which is I'm the person that I married belonged to that sister church. That pastor now is the bishop of that district now. And so I'm just like, but anyway, that's a whole nother story. I'm not even getting into that. But it's all about, once you get a position, that's a way to keep you there. So do you notice, if you ever go to a church, or when you was in church, that whenever you were there, especially if you were new there or someone new came, you would always hear them say, God got a calling on your life. God always had a call on everybody's life. God wants you to do a great work. God got something special for you. God, they was always trying to figure out a way to keep you in there by telling you, God got to work for you. There's a calling on your life. Because they definitely said it was a calling on my life. They swore up and down I was going to be the evangelist. They just knew it. And I probably could have been one, because I'm not afraid of speaking in front of people. And like I said, I have brought little sermonettes as a minister's wife. I have brought messages before the church before. So that wasn't that. I guess that's why they could see it, because I was not as afraid to talk in front of audiences. And when I think I know something, you can't tell me I don't know it. So when I was a Christian, I was like, I know what I know based on what I think I know. And so I'm going to deliver it with confidence. I'm going to say it, with ease, and I had got out of that mindset of being, afraid to speak in front of others. So we have another caller. Hey, Key. Hey, friend. How are you?
Hey, y'all.
I just want y'all to know, this is my manifest. We manifested one another. We're from the same town, and we get together every month and we break bread. We're very intentional. Yes. We're gonna be outside because it's summer, and we're about to be outside for real. I'm waiting for my invite to see her newly decorated basement.
Right.
Just put it out there. Go ahead, Miss Key. Go ahead.
I do have to, and it's funny because the only person who's came over is my brother, his wife, and my mom. So
okay.
Right, I do have to, but no, so don't feel left out. But yeah, you're right, I do have to. Anyway, hey Mia, hey Miss Kitty, and I didn't catch the other young lady, but
I am.
Thank you.
Hi, Key. I just want to interject 1 second. I promise you, about 45 seconds ago, I thought to myself, where's Key? I want to hear from Key.
You affected me. No, but it was so interesting when you were talking to a young lady about the church. And I remember when I was growing up, people used to always say the church is the original scam. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand what they were talking about. But then you hear all these modern day scams, like the one in which the FBI is calling. You owe a debt, and you gotta if you don't pay this FBI their money, or I should say the IRS. I don't know why I said FBI, but you owe the IRS money, and if you don't pay it, you're gonna go to jail. But they have a solution, and they create this urgency, and they're like, you can pay the debt through us right now, and it'll save you from going to jail. And a lot of people will fall, and so it started me thinking too about religion, how they create, the God's up there and you're down here, and then there's this distance between the two. And that's really the whole story of religion, because they use sin instead of the debt. They use sin to widen the gap. And then they manufacture this debt. And they do it through Adam and Eve because they're saying that Adam and Eve is a real historical event. And so that establishes that there's something old because Adam and Eve sinned. So there's this manufactured debt that was incurred. So then once you accept that, now you're in arrears to God. Yeah. And if you're in arrears, it can only be settled one way, and that's a payment. And that's like the genius behind the trap, because the framing, it creates this need, and then it claims that it can solve the need that it created. So, right? And so then they define a solution, and only they can control it, or you go to hell, right? Instead of jail, you go to hell. And they make the debt unpayable by you. You can't even pay it. You even if you are awakened, even if you remember that you're not separate from God, you still need the institute of religion. You still need it, because the doctrine is that you have to believe you are unable to generate payment from within yourself, right? That you don't have that redemptive power that we know that you have. So then they go one step further. Once you establish, I owe this debt, it's real, I can't pay it, then they offer the relief. And that is the sacrificial lamb, the spotless lamb, right? And then they make it where it's this singular crucifixion that is a one-time event, never to be repeated, ain't no substitutions. And then only if you accept that transaction, then that finally satisfies what you owe, right? And then you can't prove it. It existed, and it's outside of you. But then they still not done, because in order for you to really, to keep the business model going, they're like, oh, but you still, even if you accept it, then there's still some more compliance. Now you got to tithe.
So actually, you still got to pay then. So first you told me I couldn't pay. Once I get saved, I still got to pay?
You still got to pay. And then you got to have a relationship with the church, because the church gets to decide, and then you must obey, right? And then the church is going to determine, even if you accept the crucifixion, the church determines, does this sacrifice actually apply to you? So they're literally saying, well, the cross ain't enough. You still need the church. And I'm like, it's a permanent installment payment plan. You ain't gonna never, ever be done paying. So it's just like, wow, it's the original scam.
Man, you broke that down, girl. You broke that down. They like, it don't never be. There's like, we just need to put that in a capsule and just refer to Key if you want to break down of the church scam, the original, the OG of scamming.
Yeah, the OG is scam, and it works. It's people getting scammed to this very day. People are still getting scammed, not even by the church, just by all the different scams that they have out there. And I'm like, the church is a patient. How to. It's scam zero. So yeah, I thought about that when I was talking earlier, and I said I'm gonna come up and share how church is a scam.
It is. It's a pyramid. That's what I said. It's the pyramid.
Yeah, it's the original pyramid.
But everything is right. That's on the dollar bill.
Oh, right. That's right? So true.
Yes. Divine and Honest asked me, was I going to visit the new President Museum? I hadn't thought about it.
You know what?
I hadn't thought about it.
I did grab 3 tickets.
Did you?
And I didn't even invite anybody. This is for, I'll see if you're available, but it's 3, so you have to find a third person.
Okay.
But yeah, I grabbed 3 tickets. I want to say in September. I was trying to do it for our weekend, right? But they didn't have any available on Labor Day weekend. Okay. And I said, well, they got these dates available, so let me just grab 3. So, something to think about if you really want to go. Because now it's, I don't think they have availability until the fall.
Okay.
So,
Okay. And what do you remember what dates you have?
I will look. I'll have to put you on teacup
Okay.
to
Okay.
look, but
Okay.
I can look. So give me a second.
Okay.
It
No
could go.
problem. No problem. But yeah,
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about going to see. I'm not.
No.
I'm not. You know. I mean, it's something to do, but it ain't something that I was like. I need to go see this museum because I'm just not so. I'm so far removed from politics, and you know, I will say they are the most. No, I mean as far as like a lot of these presidents go into kind of obscurity when they're no longer.
That's true.
They're very visible. They're very like touchable, for lack of a better word, right? Like Michelle has a podcast now, she interviewing, but like you know what I'm saying? Like they just so there. They're like, here I am, I ain't going nowhere. Where everybody else you kind of only hear about them when someone else is running that belongs to their political party. They're kind of like right there, like here I am. Don't you see me? No. Do we really want to? Like, cause.
Oh. Well, tell us how you feel, T. I mean, what changed from 2008 when you were rooting and watching politics every single day because your president was black, and now you're like,
Well, yes, I was watching. He was the reason why I started watching politics.
Yeah,
but I did not vote for him. I was not a participant in political. I just wanted to know. I'm one of those people. I have questions. I want to listen, and so I'm watching, trying to understand the political landscape. Yeah. The only time I voted ever, it was the only time, and it will be the last time I will never vote ever again. Was when I voted Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
Okay. I was woman before I was race. Yeah. So. But I understand, and here's the thing: I would have voted. You know who I would have voted for had he got the nomination? Bernie Sanders.
I already know Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. I would have voted for him. Yeah. I was just intrigued with Obama because I'm like, where does this dude come from? He was on our Senate for like 2 years. How did you get the nomination? What is it? What's going on here? Like, oh, I see, charismatic. You moving the crowd, and people want to feel like racism has, they want to feel like prejudices, they're trying to move the country. They want to give you, he was selling hope. He was the ultimate epitome of the church mindset of, yes, we can be the change you want to see. Ain't shit changed. But he was good at trying to deliver that message of hope.
Well, was he saying you be the change that you want to see? Right?
We thought you were and they thought they were buying into him being the change. He's gonna be the change we want to see because he's supposed to bring a new flavor. Right? The change we wanted to see was supposed to be in him. You was supposed to be the change we wanted to see. We finally gonna get this black, but he was just representing the country. He wasn't representing black people, right? He was not representing. He was like he said, he was more Ronald Reagan leaning, right? And he said because the Republicans had moved so far to the right, they were to the right of Reagan. Obama would be considered a moderate Republican.
Wow. Okay.
He's a moderate Republican. It's a lot of things we don't talk about, and thing is, especially in the black community, is because yes, we don't want to blemish this president, right? Because he did something that people that look like us had never done before, right? Like, yeah, so you want to uphold this, but it gives idolization of let's make this person be, and I just can't do the idolization thing. Like he had his, they were in 3 years by the time he left the presidency, they was in 8. Something they don't talk about.
They don't talk about that, yeah.
Right, he deported a lot of people, but again, it wasn't him personally, it's the office of the presidency, right? So I get it, you got to separate the man from the office. So as a man, he probably a really good person, he probably would have wanted to do more for the black community, but he didn't he was not the president of the black people, he was the president of the United States. So he had to operate from that landscape. And so before he ever got there, they already got a plan in order. They don't do nothing by happenstance. They plan stuff out 20, 30 years ahead. They ain't doing stuff every 4 years. No, there's a plan years before it ever comes to fruition. They're always thinking 10 steps ahead, while they leave the country 20 steps behind. The country's always left 20 steps behind while they're thinking 10 steps ahead. So there's always that gap. They have convinced poor people to argue over race. And as long as they continue to have poor people argue over race, there will never be unity truly in this country. As long as poor people argues over color of skin. As long as poor people argue over who's red and who's blue, who repping, who Crips and who Bloods, right? That's the mentality. So, and I understood that. I was like, yeah, I mean, I appreciate, I'm glad he got what he wanted, but, a lot of people be like, well, he wasn't black, he had a white mama. A lot of people still see it, his father was from Kenya. Right? So, it's so many things.
My first lady is black. And so they was like, okay, well, my first lady is black.
At least, right? Where she go? Whitney Young? Who she go to? Or was it? I think she went to Whitney Young. Yeah. Yeah. I think she went to Whitney Young. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, ain't nobody mad. I get it. That's part of the, again, it's all smoking. It's all smoking mirrors to me. Politics is smoking mirrors. It's have y'all watched that movie Now You See Me?
I did. Yeah.
Right, they got 3 of them. Look over here while we do this over there. They always got you looking here while the real stuff is going on. It's like the Wizard of Oz. They're behind the curtain manipulating things, not wanting you to realize you're the one creating the illusion. They have the sense of power when you're really the power. You think that they're running it when really it's the collective consciousness running it. You so knee deep in fear, you can't see yourself out of a garbage bag. They got people so wrapped up in the stuff that don't mean nothing that they can't see themselves out of a garbage bag. Because you are the power. But they got your attention on shit that don't mean nothing. What is the true currency? Attention. The true currency is attention. So they got to get your attention on something. And it's always on shit that don't benefit you.
Yep.
But that's what coming to the awakening is supposed to do. Put your attention on the things that matter to you. What matters to you, then give that your attention. Politics, voting is the illusion of choice. Choose you. That's the true choice. Choose you. Y'all trying to choose between a Republican or a Democrat or independent. No, the choice is you. Choose you. That's the truth. That's the only choice there is. Choose self.
I love the way you break that down.
Thank you. So yeah, that's why I was like, okay, I cannot continue to do it, because I kind of watched politics like for another year after I had started my awakening journey. I was like, oh no, this is split energy. I gotta get this up. Because if there is no power outside of self, why do I care about what the president is doing or the congressmen are doing? Why? If I know all things work for my good and every law that they pass, everything that they do, if it does not benefit me, then I rise above it, right? Because everything works out for my good. I'm the author and finisher of my faith. I dictate my reality. But the moment I say the government must do this, or I'm going to vote and hope, cross my fingers, hope to die, stick a needle in my eye, that they're going to do the thing that they claim they're going to do. Do they ever?
Isn't that like worshiping the government? Like,
yeah, you're creating a power outside of self, right? You're saying that they have the right to make your life better or not, or make it less.
Exactly. Like, my life don't change regardless of who's president. They made like the world was gonna combust. Oh, project this, project that. Oh, this. What happened? I don't know.
Yep. But I'm glad we was able to see that, because like I said, yeah, we do need to see motion. So that was a great thing. But you know what happened after his presidency? What happened though, right? The presidency of another person that really understood the game and kind of pulled the wool off the game, right?
Yeah.
He took the mask off the game, and folks wasn't ready. Folks just were not ready. They mind went all. You talking about cognitive dissonance going berserk? Their minds went helter skelter. They like, whoa, what the hell? What is going on? He's taking us back to the 1950s. What is going on? He's saying shit that we supposed to hush. How he talking about how is he making fun of the disabled? What president does that? He's not, he's, oh my goodness. He's illegitimizing the presidency. He's making a ridicule of the presidency. But he was showing you they always have been they just wore their masks better.
Literally. What was this country built on? Like, y'all need to stop. And his son has autism. Like, y'all need to stop. What he proved is that presidents can do stuff if they really want to. That's what I take away. He's doing stuff, whether you agree or disagree. Every president can do what they want if they want to. They don't want to do none of the stuff they say they're going to do. Because they can if they want to.
He's not doing anything. This is a script. Exactly. He has no power.
Whatever he's doing.
Right? He's running he's operating the playbook. He's just the face of the team. He's the mascot. Like I said, this doesn't go just because Trump got in office. Just like I said, when Obama was there, he was the face of the office. He's operating from a script that was done 20 years ago. Trump doing the same thing. He's operating from a playbook. They have a script already written out. And that's what they're doing. Operating from that script. They're 10 steps ahead, and the country's 20 steps behind. By the time they catch up, they already going to be in the next script. They're going to be in the next, unless consciousness, those who know, interrupt the play. We can interrupt, but here's the thing, as the Bible tells you, I'm only here for those that you drew to me. I ain't here to save the world. I'm not here to save the country. I'm here to help bring consciousness to those who are ready to receive it. And it's really not me doing it. It's you drew me into you to reveal the truth that you already knew. I ain't here to do nothing for this country other than to command the reality in which I would like to experience this country. And this country literally is the land of Canaan. It really is the land flowing with milk and honey. Everything you need is right here. You don't have to go nowhere outside of these United States of America. You get that from a consciousness. United States. What do we say mind is? States of consciousness. We're in the United States. Somebody broke down America. I can't remember it from a metaphysical perspective. I wish I could remember it so I could break it down right here. And you can see that America is you, that everything is you, that this United States of consciousness is you're operating and you're living it in all facets of your reality. I am race.
I have experience.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can I share my experience?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the last time I decided not to vote, right? They not gave me peace of mind in my phone, and I decided to go. They will keep texting me. You have not voted. I said, what? They were calling me. Some of them were calling my phone because they have your phone number. So they were calling me. They disturbed me, and then I went and voted. Then they stopped disturbing me. So I don't know whether you two, they were disturbing you on your phone too.
I know how to make them stop. I made them stop. I asked them for money. Whenever I get any text for people, whether they're local or government, whenever I get texts from people asking me to do stuff, I said, send me $100 and I'll do it.
Okay.
So don't be texting my phone asking me to do nothing for free.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do that next time.
Yeah, pay me. Don't be asking me for no favors.
But they were disturbing me 3 days non-stop. Calling my phone, different numbers. Testing. I said, what?
Wow. Yeah, my phone says report
So I
spam
went
and
to
block.
the last minute.
What's the lady's name that was running? She was sending me emails and texting, asking me for money. Like, didn't you have Beyonce and what's the name up there twerking?
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, her thing was sending me emails and texts asking to donate. Excuse me, I am a citizen, and get off my phone. Donate to me. I'm not donating to you.
I just said politics and religion. If you don't want to be in an argument, talk about neither, right? If you don't want to get into a sticky situation, a contentious discussion, don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion. Because those things are very emotionally stimulated, for lack of a better word, right? People are driven by those two states of consciousness, religion and politics. Why? Because it's very divisive. They both make you think that they're right and everybody else is wrong. Whatever political party you belong to, they can find the wrongness in the party that you're in, but the party they're in is right. No different than religion. Whatever religious affiliation you have, they have the truth, they have the answer, and everything you believe in is wrong and you need to get right with them. So again, it's just showing us, like Mia just said, the duality of mind. That's why the whole purpose of consciousness of awakening is to operate from the unity, the oneness of mind, where there is the duality is the illusion.
Politics has caused people to disown family members and friends based on the judgment and duality of something like politics.
So has religion.
Exactly. Religion, everything that has duality creates separation. And that separation is love. Because anything that creates judgment and separation is not in love. And if there's someone that has been in your life that you love, but now because you find out that they're a Republican or a Democrat, you no longer want to be in their life, that is exactly what duality causes.
Yep. And so now you got a choice. I said before you good and evil, blessings and curses, life and death. Does it say choose good and blessings? No, it says choose life. Choose life. Because that's all there is. There's only life. Life everlasting. It's everlasting. Choose the life you want to have. What life do you want to have? Choose that. Go ahead, I am.
Oh, please, what's duality? Duality is what?
This and that, believing that there's a good and an evil, a wrong and a right, a good and evil, a wrong and right, a positive and negative.
Okay.
That's duality.
Okay.
The good and evil are both the same. Because it depends on who's experiencing it, right? Because what you would call evil, someone else will call good. And what you would call good, someone else will call evil. What you say is right for you, someone else will say is wrong. What you say is wrong, they will say is right. It depends on the eyes of the beholder, right? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But here's the thing with God. God's eyes are too pure to behold iniquity, to see wrongness. Eyes too pure to behold iniquity. To them that are pure, all things are pure. So, are you all things pure? Do you only see the good in all things? Only see the God in all things? Or are you looking for wrongness? Are you looking for iniquities? Only the Son judges, not the Father. Who's the Father? Consciousness. All there is. The absolute judges nothing. Who judges? The Son. Has committed all judgment unto the Son. I believe that's Matthew the 5th chapter. I believe. Or maybe John the 5th chapter. It's one of those. But you can Google it. For the Father judges no man has committed all judgment. Who's the Son? Now are we the sons of God. So who's the judge? You are. You're deciding what's right for you. Yep. You are the lifeline. You are the sunshine in my life. You are the life. You are the lifeline. You are the sunshine. You are the sunshine. You are. You're the light. I am the light. L-Y-L-Y-T-E. Light as a rock. I am the light. L-Y-L-Y-T-E. I am the light. Light as a rock. I am, and I always have been. That part. Forever and ever.
So what you mean is I rise in the morning and I bring light to the world. And then when I go to bed, I bring darkness. So if I never wake up, the world is gone because I am the world. What?
I'm the light of my world. I am. Always and forever. Each moment with you is just like a dream to me that somehow came true. Every day, love me
in a special way, melt all my heart away with a smile. You know that's my jam.
Take time
to tell me you really care, and we'll share tomorrow together.
And I'll always love you forever. Yeah. Yes. Saying that's only for the people you know care. Yes. I know, right, Renee? Oh, make this world smile. Hey, I love your smile. Smile for me.
Come on, Shanice.
Oh, songs are right. Songs, they bring us together. The melody in your heart, right?
Don't mess around and go back and listen to no Earth, Wind, and Fire. You don't get your life because they knew what was up.
Thank you, Martin Harford. Thanks. Hi, loving your live. Yes, here we go. Jukebox Toyia. Yes, divinely honest. Oh, gotta have a love in your heart. Gotta have a heart, the song in your heart, right? It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. You know, that's what life is supposed to be. When we say it's a great time to be alive, to be experiencing this now moment, this now reality, like, people should be able to see your zest for life. And it shouldn't be like they were saying church is performative. It should just be naturally expressed by you, right? Like, you laugh, you get, like, when people come around, like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad to see you. Oh my goodness, you really light up the room, you know. Like, I had sent a clip of, what's her name? Sierra and Russell Wilson, right? And I liked Russell Wilson, especially when he was in the Seahawks. I was the black quarterback too. I was like, I was down for Russell, even though I'm a Chicago girl. I'm a Chicago Bears fan. Bears for life. Bears until I put off this body. I'm rocking and rolling with the Bears. But I am also rocking and rolling with all black quarterbacks. I'm here for the black quarterback. Okay? And I sent it, and my daughter was like, oh my goodness. I sent her the clip too. She's like, oh my goodness, I love them. So I'm going to go find the whole video because I want to watch the whole video. Because I've been seeing clips, so I want to see the whole video. So I saw another clip, and Keke Palmer is the one doing the interview of them. And she wants to know, how did he know that Sierra was the one? Right? And he talks about, how he came to that realization, and he was talking about like the synchronicities that happened with him coming to him knowing, and then things confirmed what he already knew about them going to be together, right? Because he said when he met her, and he said future was about 9 months, he said he told her, even if nothing comes of it, nothing, I'm going to make sure the little guy is good. But he said he already knew in his mind that they would be together. And so they're talking about manifestation, and Sierra is all about, it's real. I wrote everything down, and everything I wrote down became my reality. I just like everything from, my music career to, topic. Because at first, she's having a good music career, but her path in love wasn't that great until she got Russ, right? She was, she had kissed a lot of frogs before she manifested her prince, right? So I haven't listened to her, transformation in it, because I'm sure she's talked about it before. I'm just not aware of how she got from dating and getting with the type of guy she used to get with until how she ended up with her life partner, right? But he was saying that he was in church, and the pastor was talking about non-negotiables, and he was listing his 5 non-negotiables. And basically, or not even non-negotiables, 5 negotiables. I don't know if they were non-negotiables or negotiables, whatever. She met those requirements, whatever they were. She filled all of them. So he was like, that's how he knew she was the one. Because everything that he had listed out, she met those requirements. And see, these are the things that we should be giving our attention to. This is the type of content and the type of things that should have our attention. Because remember, what has your attention has you, because your attention is your currency. It is the creator it is how the creator in you manifests. It just says, give me your attention, and what you put in your head, I will put it in your hand, right? What you put in your head, which is all that you're consuming, all that you're giving your attention to, I'm gonna make sure you hold it in your hand. So how do they say it? Whatever you can conceive, you will achieve. And we only use that to talk about the good stuff we wanted. But it's talking about anything. Anything you are conceiving, you will realize in your world. So why not be purposeful, be intentional about what you're going to allow to enter into your head, into your mind. It's going to hold your attention. Right? So you're desiring, I know some people don't want to get married, don't have family, all that. Okay, I get it. No, this isn't for you. But those of you that wants to be married, and whatever marriage looks like for you, and you've been feeling like that can be a tall order, or the dating hasn't been much fun, hasn't been enjoyable, right? And that was for me before I met my current husband, because I was divorced. I told you I was married to a minister. My current husband, I know I manifested him, because I realized this before I even knew anything about manifestation. But we kind of know things, and we don't know why we know them until we awaken. It's like, oh yes, I've always been applying this truth. I didn't just know at the time that I was applying this truth, but you knew you were doing it because you were doing it. So it's like, I knew that I had the realization that the reason why I'm having the relationships I'm having is because of me. Like, I had that revelation. I knew that. And I was like, well, if I'm saying I'm a good person, I'm a good woman, then a good woman deserves a good man. And so I realized I had to stop seeing men as dogs. I had to stop seeing relationships as hard and difficult. I had to decide that when I entered into this next relationship, whoever that was going to be, that I did not bring baggage from the old, that I couldn't bring that mentality over into the new state, right? I had to leave that old way of thinking behind. And when I look back on it, yes, I used to watch this show called Matchmaker, Million Dollar Matchmaker, or Millionaire Matchmaker. Her name, Patty Stanger. She wrote, and then she had a book based off of that. So I read that book, and I also read Steve Harvey's book, Think Like a Man, Act Like a Lady. Now, she was all about matchmaking, right? And she's all about finding your perfect match or what have you, or whatever, and the mindset you wanted to have. And with Steve Harvey, the only thing I remember he talked about the 5 non-negotiables, things that you wouldn't settle for, things that you wouldn't give up just to be with someone, right? Like, if these were the things that you needed, that person had to meet that standard, right? So that's because a lot of his book to me was a lot of game playing, a lot of manipulation. And that's just not who I am. I'm straight up no chaser like his second book. I didn't even get through his second book, but I'm on his second book, the title anyway. I'm straight up no chaser. You either like me or you don't. I ain't got time to be. He had a lot of these rules. He had a lot of mind playing and manipulation. That's not, so that part of the book didn't resonate with me. The only thing I liked was about being clear about the type of relationship I wanted to have, and knowing, and it was like what Abraham Hicks would say, sometimes you got to know what you don't want to get clarity about what you do want. And so he brought clarity for me when he told me, think about what you don't want and don't settle for anything less than that. Don't compromise on things that you know that you wouldn't want to deal with just to be with somebody, right? And a lot of people do that because they think they can change people. People get into relationships knowing they don't like certain characteristics, but will get with the person anyway because they think the person gonna change for them. Why are you with somebody and you don't even like them? Because you should not be getting with people to change them. That means you don't like them. If you need to be with somebody and they need to be other than who they are, that means you don't like them. So why are you dating people you don't like? That's too much. There's too much mental gymnastics. Got to be trying to. No, come. I got to love you as you are, because guess what? I want you to love me as I am. I don't want you coming to make me over. Don't make me over now that I'll do anything for you. Don't make me over. Now you got me. Now you want to try to turn me into what's that? Not what did you that monster Frankenstein, trying to make me into Frankenstein. No, this ain't build a bear. This ain't build a woman. Y'all trying to build a man or try to build a woman. Stop trying to build a man and build a woman. Be the thing that you want and you'll attract it. So like I said, I knew I was a good woman, so guess what I had to do? Attract a good man. And I also had to stop saying that men were hard to find. I also had to say that all men were dogs. I also had to stop saying, right? I had to let go of these ways of thinking that society had told us about relationships. I had to let that, I could not be conformed to the world in dating. Because if I can be faithful to and committed to my guy, he can do the same for me. He can be committed to me. Like, that's possible. It happens. There are men that actually love their wives, that only want to be with them. And he's right there in the comments. See that he dapping me up. He tapping the screen for me. It is. It's mostly beautiful because you love yourself. Right? That's what the non-negotiables reminded me, that I wasn't going to settle for less than not loving myself. Right? Loving yourself is not compromising on your beliefs and your wants and your desires. Loving yourself is deciding that you can have it all, and whatever that looks like for you. And yes, in the world will try to talk about, Sierra and Russ, right? Is that really real? But they just seem so comfortable. When you look again, it could be, whatever. We only know what we seeing, right? But from what we see and what we know, we know that according to his the players on his teams, he was not somebody that hung out. He was not establishing all of these friendships. He understood that where he worked, they were his co-workers. Like, he was all about being the quarterback, not hanging out with people. And some of his teammates didn't like that, because for them, it appeared that he was seeing himself as better than. And maybe he was just seeing himself however he defined himself to be Christian, whatever that meant, right? Because he was about, he's about his Christianity. He's about his relationship with God. That's what he's about. That's at the forefront of his, because he said it multiple times, right? And according to the players, that's how he lived his life. He wasn't, hanging out with people. He operated from a mindset of, we heard about his contracts. He wasn't like, he was a good quarterback, and he operated in a system that he played for with the Seahawks. But was he like one of the greatest quarterbacks? No, but he got paid like one. He got paid like one. So it wasn't about what the world thought he was. It's about what he thought he was. He didn't care if you didn't think he was a great quarterback. He thought he was the greatest quarterback, and he got paid like he was the greatest. Just like Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys. He also gets paid like he's one of the greatest. And he ain't never even won he ain't never been to the Super Bowl, ain't sniffed the Super Bowl, ain't won one, yet alone sniffed one. But the dude gets paid like he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And so to me, all of these things, all of these examples is just reminding us of that when you go within and you know who you are, you can command any reality. That's what we should be inspired by. And so let the world do what the world's going to do, unless the world reflecting back to you the thing that you say that you believe in. You believe in wealth, you believe in manifestation, then that's the type of, if you're going to consume content, consume that type of content, right? Those are people that say, yes, this is possible for you. Yes, you can have it. Yes, write your vision, visualize, believe it, and do all the things, whatever you resonate with, believe it, because it happens. And this is not set aside for just special people. It's for whoever can accept it. It's for whoever can see themselves with it. And so that's why that's why we determine, okay, now we're getting, it's time to be really serious about the life we want to have. So let's do this, this 21 days of going into the silence. And let's really just take 21 days, the next 21 days, and we're just going to really focus our attention on the desired end of the life we truly want. Whatever that is. Or like I said, maybe your life is fine and dandy. You love where you are. You have no complaints. You content. You're satisfied. And you want to use that time on behalf of another. You can do that too. Your loved one, a friend, whoever, you're aware of a situation and you want that to be resolved, and you want to uplift them and forgive them out of the current state and place them in a new state. That's what forgiveness is. Forgetting the old and embracing the new. Letting go of the old state and embracing the current reality. Right? And so Just doing some house cleaning. gotta mute some folks, you know. Because we gotta fine tune our mind, right? Fine tune and prime the pump, as they say. Prime the pump, get ready. Get ready for your miracle. Get ready. See, when you get ready and be ready and stay ready. Thank you, Latasha. Hey, friend. How are you? I know they say get ready, but stay ready. Hey, because miracles do happen. And miracles is just the word we give for those who don't understand the operation of faith. Be ready for the rain, because the rain is falling. Your desire should surely come. Why? Because it's already there. Hey, Soul Lovely. You had us quoting you the last couple. You had us quoting you a couple of times. We were like, yes, divine is always divine. And we was like, I realized with my real eyes. We was just Hi, how have you been?
Divine as always.
Yes. Yes, love it.
How are you?
I'm great as always. Amazing.
Yes.
Yes.
If you allow me, I would like to read something from I think I sent you this book or whatever, but the Science of Minds, a complete course of lessons in the science of mind and spirit. I'm gonna read a couple.
Okay, let's go. You also have some great reads, so go ahead.
Yeah. The evolution of man's thought. If we trace man's histories back into the dim past, we should come to a place where he did not consciously know himself. We should come to a place where instinctive man alone existed, for the self-conscious man had not yet evolved. Nothing can be more apparent than that man, as we now appear, is the result of growth and unfoldment. But in order to unfold, he had to have something from which to unfold. And since he is intelligent, he must have unfolded from intelligent cause. Instinctive man then means that the inner something or life which we do not see, but which is, of course, there. We might say that instinctive life is God in man, or the idea of God working through man. But if instinctive man is an idea of God, why is he not perfect? The answer is that he is perfect, but that as soon as individuality is evolved, he must be left alone to discover himself. Even God could not make a mechanical individuality. If man is created with the attributes of self-choice and free choice, he must be left alone to make the great discovery for himself. Nature waits on man's self-recognition. We note that from the day when instinctive life brought man to the point of self-choice, it let him alone. And from that day, instinctive life has always waited on man's unfoldment. It is true that during all this time, it has carried on the automatic functions of the body and has even silently told man what to do. But it has left him alone in all other ways. It may and must hold man as a perfect being, but it is also must let him discover this fact for himself. During all of this time, however, instinctive life or God must be silently waiting for the great discovery to be made and must always be ready to respond to man's advancement. We note this to be true along the lines of man progress. For instance, consider the discovery of man's natural forces. We know that they must have always existed, but so far as man is concerned, they exist to him only after he has discovered and learned how to make use of them. Electricity was a reality in the universe when Moses led the Christian children of Israel from the land of Egypt, but neither Moses nor any of his followers knew anything about it, and so they did not receive any benefit from its use. This is true of any and all natural laws. They always existed, and as soon as understood, may be used. In this way, instinctive life waits upon man's discovery of the natural law and his discovery of himself and his relation to the great whole. If this is so evidently true of all the forces in the natural world, we must expect to find the same thing to be true of those inner and final forces within man. The unfoldment of his inner and final forces through man is what we call his evolution. So I'm going to skip some stuff or whatever. So the greatest discovery of all time, mind. Man's response to this inner distinctive voice has called him to start on the greatest adventure of his career, the discovery of mind. Man's first discovery of this ability to think was set aside as being too evident to take any notice of. He could think, but what of it? Of course, it was a proof that he was, but that was all. He had always been able to think. This simply gave him the ability to know his needs and try to supply them. This he always done. The ability to think seemed to be an automatic thing. It came with him and would doubtlessly die when he died. The brain seemed to be the organ of thought, and of course, with death still the brain, it no longer operated. This was self-evident. So the brain does not think. No, the brain itself could not think, and yet without a brain, man could not think, which simply means that man needs a brain while here, but that the brain of itself does not think. The brain does not think, and yet man thinks. So beyond or behind the mind, there must be a thinker. But where is this thinker? We do not see him. We have a right to say that there is a thinker and no one has ever seen him? Yes, for we can name a single force of nature that we can see. So I want to skip some more or whatever. So it's called a new basis of thought. Therefore, we begin to reason. Instinctive man within me is perfect, and yet I appear to be imperfect. My apparent imperfection must be the result of an imperfect thinking. In reality, I am and always have been perfect. I will now begin to think differently about myself and see what happens. As if he began to think from the new basis he found from the body responds and was healed. So we can come to the conclusion, God made me perfect, but he also made me an individual, which means that I can do with myself as I will. I cannot really destroy my body, but I can make it most uncomfortable. Since God made me and made me perfect, each one of the organs of my body represent a perfect idea. Realizing this to be true, he began to think from this basis, and the organs of the body responded. He found that thoughts of peace produce a peaceful condition, while thoughts of fear produce a disturbed condition. That confidence made him strong, while fear made him weak. In fact, he was able to trace each mental attitude to his physical correspondent. He discovered that asleep or awake, the inner mind works all the time. He also found that by analyzing his thoughts, he could discover what aligned him. This is called psychoanalysis, the law of mind. Then another idea came to him. The whole thing was in correspondence with this law. He had discovered a law of mind just as he at another time discovered the law of electricity. If it were law, then he could always use it and it will always respond. From this, he gradually built up a definite technique for the practicing of right thinking. He found that if he always thought of himself as being perfect, he will always feel better. But what should he do with his body when it appeared sick? How was he to think of himself when he was sick? Could he deny that he was sick when he was suffering? Oh, yes, for this sickness was a result of thoughts, and by changing the thought, he could change the effects. He learned to turn away from the body when it was sick and go back into the mind and think of the body as being perfect, for his thought worked independently of the body. He turned from the image of sickness to the idea of health and said, I am perfect, no matter what the appearance may be. The discovery of race thought. In this way, he discovered how it was possible that he would race that the whole race might have held some certain kind of thoughts, and how they could have operated through anyone who was receptive to them. This is, if any should feel discouraged, other thoughts of discouragement might gain entrance also and make him feel worse. This is called race suggestion. But how was he able to protect himself from it? By knowing it could not operate through him, that he was a perfect idea and could not be affected by suggestions. For, after all, it was nothing but thoughts. He learned to build a mental wall around himself, which could not be entered unless he chose. This is called divine protection.
Beautiful. All is thought, all is mind. The world is mental. You can think yourself, you thought yourself into sickness, you can think yourself into healing, into wellness.
Correct.
Into wealth.
Correct.
You thought yourself into scarcity, you can think yourself into abundance.
Correct.
If you're perfect, how do you lack anything?
Yes. So another question comes up. Why are people poor? But another thought came to him. If he could think into some kind of universal medium of mind and heal himself and others, if this mind could produce such a physical effect on the body, why could it not also produce the same kind of effect on conditions and the affairs of life? Why was it that some were rich and some were poor? Was this faith, or was it because they were not, or was it because there was not enough for all? If the one mind made bodies, why did it not also create conditions? And if it did, why did it not give it to all alike? Why were some people happy and prosperous and others unhappy, weak and poor? Could the answer to this also be in mind? Could it also be that just as man had thought of himself as sick and so made himself sickness, he had thought of poverty and made his condition possible in his experience? Questions like these and many others came into his mind of man and caused him to search even more deeply into the nature of things. Looking about, he saw some successful and some fail, though all was taking place in the same world and under common conditions. So he knew that it must be something in man and not outside of him that made all these things possible. He realized that these conditions did not make themselves. Everything in man's life was run by himself.
Love it.
So just the same way say God wants you rich. Yes, you think you're in poverty because you think you're poverty and poor, and you put that on to the outside, but it's all coming from what? Your mind. We're all connected by the conditions of the mind, the one main mind. And if we all start thinking in this way as the one mind, we all shall too be prosperous. But at the same time, we are individualized as God. So if you, as a man think it, so is he. So you see poverty, poor, strife, sickness, that's what you're going to get. If you see abundance, wealth, health, money, that's what you're going to get. It has no choice but to bring it to you. When I am happy, who said that? I did, so I'm happy. When I am sick, who said that? I did, so I'm sickness. Like, it's all you. It's all in the mind. And when we discover this and realize to think correctly, we will change our world in an instant. Because why? Thought is instantaneous.
Ooh. Love it, love it, love it. We got a super chat here from Mr. Martin Hart, $5. Thank you, Harper. Thank you, Martin Harper. $49.88. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
So all you got to do is realize you must think correctly. Control your affairs by right thinking. He could bring into experience the things he wished to enjoy if he thought correctly. And since this was all in accordance with the law, he could do consciously. He realized that the time will come when everyone would think correctly, and poverty, unhappiness, and all that goes with them would be swept from the face of the earth. They were never intended to be. But man had misused his power. Now that he understood, he would change his whole manner of thinking, and consequently, he would become happy and have all in plenty. But everyone did not believe this. Many said that it was a foolish idea, while others said that was too good to be true. However, it was soon proven that whoever would believe and comply with the law could prove it to be true. What? The same thing you be saying every day, all day.
Oh, you just got to prove it to yourself. You got to prove it. Prove me now, herewith, and see. You got to test this thing, you know? It's all within you. You just got to decide. That's what you're going to give your attention to. Because their attention is what's going on in your mind, right? What you're engaging with, what you're interacting with, right? Because we live in a world where it's more than just you somewhere in some desert place with camels all roaming the earth everywhere, right? Gone are the days of the nomad. You're here with technology everywhere, where everything is like, I want your attention. I want your attention. I want your attention. I want your attention. I need your attention. I need your attention. And you have to decide. You have to choose. What am I going to give my attention to? Well, I want to give my attention to prosperity, ease, flow, joy, peace. So I'm desiring marriage. If I'm going to look at people talking about marriage, I don't want to be giving my attention to people that complain about marriage and talking about how marriage is a scam and it ain't right and it was for women to be. You got to move past that. If that's something you truly desire to experience, you're going to have to let go of all of the naysayers that talk down about it. If it's something that you truly want, right? And you want it to be successful and you want it to be a lovely experience and you want it to, find someone that you're going to do life with. Because that's all marriage is doing life with someone that you have drawn into your experience because you know who you are. Because ain't nobody coming to you other than what you believe. So if you still rocking from that mindset, it's difficult. It's hard. We gotta compromise. We gotta sacrifice. I gotta compete. I gotta make him love me. I gotta convince him. I gotta manipulate him. If that's what you're gonna have to do. And no judgment. If that's the life you're curating for yourself, it will serve it up to you on a platter. But I know that marriage does not have to be this hard, difficult road where you're always arguing and always competing and complaining and sacrificing. I know marriage does not have to be from that perspective because I live it. So this isn't theory for me. I know it to be true. I know you can get exactly the type of woman or man you desire. It will come to you. You just have to decide that it's for you. That's it. Hello. Oh, thank you so much, Soul Leveling. Thank you. That was an amazing read. Oh my goodness. Did you have anything else before I go to the next caller?
No, that was it.
Man, beautiful. Hey, it's telling you you're the operant power. You're the creator of your world. That you get to decide what thoughts get to be established in your reality. What you're going to consent to. It's all you. That's the Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness, is such a great book about helping you to remember to be aware of what you're thinking. Because if you're not aware of it, you'll keep creating the old stuff that does not serve you, that does not benefit you, that does not allow you to flourish. Go ahead.
Right. So I was on a live yesterday, Crossed Out, and this is a guy who do a live too or whatever, son of something or whatever. And he was like, I have 40,000 hours of the Bible and stuff or whatever, and then he be on it or whatever. He be knowing them scriptures like back and forth or whatever. And it was
son of God. Son of God.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, because he has glasses and kind of long hair.
He got long hair, yeah.
Yeah, we follow each other. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And so he be on he was on live or whatever, and then the girl was like, "So what about Revelations or whatever? Do you think that's gonna come about?" He was like, "Everything in the book is done. Like it's already happened or whatever." He was like, "It's already done. Everything that it says is gonna happen is already happened. Now it's time for the good days of God or whatever, the glory of the Lord or whatever. Like you're God or whatever. Like it's all working through you, whatever, right?" And she just kept going back to like, "No, that's not right or whatever. It's not done. The Euphrates River didn't dry up 100%. I'm like, girl, like the man just said that it's over with. Like everything in the Bible is over with. Now it's the time of all the goodness to be experienced.
People don't want their goodness, boy. They keep pushing their goodness away. They like, no goodness. I need struggle, please, struggle. No.
Yeah, like that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. If somebody told you, oh, the Bible, everything in the Bible already happened. Okay, now it's like, oh, I get to live through that. Ain't the whole point is to be in heaven or whatever? In the book, it says heaven is a physical place and a non-physical place. That's what my friend just told me. We just got off the phone. He said Jesus said it's a real place and a non-real place or whatever. So it's here and not here or whatever. Oh, okay, bad or whatever.
I'm gonna deal with the here part then.
Yes,
not here.
And that's because heaven starts in your mind.
And then he said that Jesus Christ said that I think Jesus Christ or God said that we will have a forever body or whatever. Like your body will last for forever or whatever. He said when they ate from the tree of knowledge or whatever, that's when the body started to decay or whatever. The tree of knowledge is the mind or whatever. So when you start to think in a certain way or whatever, you're going to decay. Or you know what I'm saying? You're like literally speeding that shit up or whatever. Like, but then they found out that your mind can literally change your DNA, like literally change your DNA or whatever. So fuck genetics. You can change that shit. Like literally you can change it or whatever. But like if the Bible is saying all this good stuff or whatever, why would you not want it now? Wait for what? It's telling you got it now. And the nigga who studied 40,000 hours of the Bible telling you all that shit is done, so it's now. But no, you want suffering, pain, strife, decay, sickness. You can have that. It just don't be making no sense. Somebody saying I'm gonna give you $1 million. No, I think I'm gonna just take this $1,000. I'm good. You're psycho, but
that's what I'm saying about when I say about God wants you rich. Hold on, handsome guy. They were like, if I got it, I would give it away. You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't gonna get it. So you ain't got to worry about giving it away because it ain't coming to you. Don't even worry your pretty little head about it. Hey, handsome guy, how you doing?
Hey, sister, how are you?
Great,
great, girl.
Love and life.
All that you've been talking about this afternoon, I've just been paying attention before I decided to come up on the panel. And a lot of that you're talking about is projection and manifestation. You manifest it and then you project yourself into that position. And what my man was just talking about is that's one of the reasons why they say a rich man can't enter the kingdom of heaven, because you was already rich in your soul. It wasn't about the materialistic things. And see, that's what our problem is we're creating God out of money and all these things that we worship and we have praise for. But I don't have no favorite things, because like I said, I am the beginning and the end. Like the other person said, when I close my eyes, the light go out. And when I open my eyes, the light begins. And every day is a day to start something new. And if you don't know that about yourself, shame on you.
Well.
All right.
Oh, I love it. Yay.
And I love talking to people that's like myself. I feel like I'm talking to myself when I'm talking to you guys, because we're in the same place in our mind.
You are talking to everybody you talk to is you or whatever, but you vibrate more
vibrational levels
like this or whatever. Yeah, that's why I say vibrate. Like raise your vibration. People like, what does that mean? Just vibrate to stuff that you want to experience, and that experience shall be vibrating to you or whatever. Like it's really not that hard or whatever. So that's what we're saying. When you think when you think of sickness and poverty or whatever, you're allowing that to come in or whatever. But when you think of as yourself as you see fit or whatever, more of that can come in or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. And the thing is, people are scared to practice. Like they're like, but it doesn't feel right. Nobody cares about your feelings. Just do it.
Most people don't know how to sit with themselves. That's why. And they so afraid of it.
I feel like I'm lying. I mean, you lie all the damn time. You was lying about being sick, not lie about being healthy. Like, what the fuck? People so caught up in a lie. A lie is just a story you tell. Instead of telling the story of illness and lack and suffering, tell the story of joy, ease, flow, and abundance.
It's that simple.
Because if you stop telling it a lie and just call it a story because you're offended by the word lie, but you ain't so offended by the word story, instead of saying that you're lying to yourself, tell yourself you're telling yourself a new story. They're both the same. They're both the same. You telling some shit that you ain't.
I am the story.
Right.
It's this thing called I just learned, you know how we learned cause and effect? Well, there's this thing, because we know time don't exist. It's like cyclical or whatever, all here and now or whatever, right? So they this thing called retrocausality. Well, the effect causes the cause or whatever. So example, you want to eat an apple or whatever, like, but the apple is not here. So that future event is causing you to respond or whatever. So it's like the future is causing the past, whatever, or you are pulling the future towards the future. You are pulling the future towards you or whatever. So this is why they tell you to have a vision or whatever, or put yourself in that or whatever. So it's like the future is you are responding to the future or whatever. So it's like the effect is the cause, happens before the cause. Because if I didn't want an apple, there would be no cause for the effect. But the effect that I want the apple is causing the cause. Does that make sense or whatever? Like, it's like,
it makes plenty sense to me, because every position I've ever wanted in my life, I saw myself having it before I got it. Everything that I ever wanted in my life, I saw myself having it before I got it. And even when I was making up the plan of what I wanted, I thought about what the cause and effect of what it would be like for me to do that and what would happen while I was doing that.
Yeah, because see, you're causing an effect.
Yeah, but you have to be comfortable with the outcome, because see, a lot of people do stuff and they know it's wrong, and then they get disappointed because the outcome came out the way it was supposed to be, the way they was thinking about it.
Right, because just like you can bring forth the wanted, you can bring forth the unwanted. Why? Because all causes are mental. So you're causing the effect to appear. So it's not cause and effect. You are the cause of the effect.
Correct.
You're causing the effect. Because they're one.
Correct.
They're not two. There's no separation.
Yeah, because once you bring doubt into your plan or your idea, then that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's so simple. You just got to tell that logical mind, that reasoning mind, that analytical mind, sit down.
Yeah, but the other part is people have been gravitated to so many influences of the world. And like I said, a lot of people don't know how to sit with themselves. And you have to sit with yourself and understand the kingdom of heaven is inside of you. Yeah. It's inside of you. Because when you want peace, you will have it if you really want it.
Yeah. Make peace.
And I have it in every aspect of my life, even when I'm dealing with controversial people, because what you say don't influence who I'm going to be. I'm on land right there,
y'all. Go ahead, Soul Evelyn. What do you want to say?
Now, you always have songs or whatever. So that song, Janet Jackson, it's all for you, baby. It's all for you if you really want it. It's all for you if you say you need it. It's all for you if you gotta have it. It's all for you if you make a move. It's all for you.
All right. Yes.
It's all for you. Like, it's all for you. That is the whole point of this. It's all for you. Like, all you got to do is make a move. Because why? It is all for you. Like, it's really not that hard. Like, it's not that hard.
It's not. But people tell themselves it is. And so guess what? It is.
Yep.
It literally is like the Bible says, you will have what you say. Say what you want, but don't play games with my affection.
You know what it say? What you want, whoop, baby, I got it. What you need?
No, I got it.
But, yeah.
And all I'm asking is for a little respect. Hey.
And the respect is all you gotta do is respect yourself.
Yep.
To know that it shouldn't be like they put it in your face. Like
they put it in our face.
They put it in the songs the whole time. I don't want to get too retro or whatever, but it's on. Get on my level. What? Get on my level. What? Big talk, big mouth. Yeah, all the songs we sing. Like, no, don't downplay yourself. They need to get on your level.
Man. Now you hear all this, take it in, apply it so you can experience it. Don't just be a hearer. The doing is what? Deciding what it is you're going to give your attention to. That's your vibing. That's your vibration. Your attention is your vibration. You are the broadcaster as well as the antenna. You are both. You are sending out signals into what they call the quantum field. And the world is an infinite response to you. It's always responding to your signal, to your broadcasting signal. And then that which matches your frequency, which is what you frequently see, is your frequency. Yeah, it's gonna show up.
Yep. That's what's called the ether. And we're walking through the ether, vibrating at a certain frequency. That's the vibration is like our location or whatever. And then people get to knock, and then you get to open up. If they match, if they don't match or whatever. That's just why it's called the internet or whatever, because the World Wide Web, you are the server or whatever, and the ether or the thoughts or the vibration is the client, and they're asking you, hey, do you want this or whatever? There's like you giving you packages or whatever. You're like, no, I don't want this, and then it just goes away because you can't accept it or whatever. So, hey, do you want this? Yes, I do want this, and then you accept it, and then it shall be yours or whatever. Like everything that is built that we see or whatever, it came from the mind, as the mind or whatever. Like it couldn't be no other way. Everything we built from a version of ourselves or whatever, or something that we like saw or whatever. Like it's all one thing or whatever. We're just playing it out. That it's all one thing. Like what is that? Electricity always been here, but Moses and them, even though that's not a real person, but Moses and them didn't know about electricity or whatever, so it was no benefit for them or whatever. But now we know about electricity, and we was like, oh, this is a law of electricity. Let me see how I use this, and we apply it every goddamn where, all in our lives or whatever. Yeah. So we're just telling you to use the law of mind, and it works. It's not like it's going to skip over you. Like no, like it's going to work for you because all it's mind. It's one big ass mind, the mind of God, the mind of consciousness or whatever. Whatever you ask is going to say yes, and whatever you don't ask for, it's gonna, oh, she don't want this. Okay, it's real simple.
It's called being intentional. That's all it is. It's just being intentional about who you are, and when you know who you are, you're always intentional.
Love it. That's it.
Now with this one guy or whatever, he was like, I don't get this Christ consciousness y'all trying to talk about or whatever. I'm like, the reason why you don't get it, because you think you got to meditate, you got to do Kundalini yoga, you got to eat a certain way, you got to do this. So it was this show called Full Metal Alchemist, and then somebody had broke it down or whatever. It's this show called Full Metal Alchemist or whatever, and you know what alchemy is transferring one thing to another thing using energy. But in the show or whatever, you need energy exchange or whatever, something of equal value or whatever. So they use like this. They use this crystal or this stone or whatever. Also, they use a circle or whatever, and to try to make stuff come about or whatever. But the whole thing is the reason why they're using it because they think they need it. You see what I'm saying? Like since you think you need it, that's what you need to get to point A from point B or whatever. But if you realize that it's all the same substance being used in different ways, you don't need anything or whatever because you are the thing that you are using or whatever. So when you was like, oh, I don't see what y'all talking about, the reason why you don't see what you're talking about because you keep saying that or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like you say I'm stuck, then you're gonna be stuck. Like whatever you can't express something that you don't see or that you aren't in or vibration to or whatever. So I'm telling you, trying to get you to see that you are it. Like it's ta-da,
and
you are it.
That's the part I be trying to make people understand. So is that nothing is separated. Everything starts with you and ends with you. You are the center of your universe. And if you don't know that to be true, then you can't manifest nothing.
Well,
no, not no. You are manifesting.
We're always manifesting.
But you like I said, when you don't know yourself, you can't be intentional. So you get what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're always manifesting. You cannot not manifest. Life is a manifestation. That's what life is.
Correct. I agree with you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Poor terminology on that part. But it all starts with you, but you are the center. And just like me meeting Prosperous, now she's a part of the connectivity of all that I am. Whenever I speak to her about whatever's going on with me, she's now a part of that. We're connected, and rather she uses it against me or whatever, but that's all on her. I have to know my place just like she has to know her place. And a lot of times people don't even know their place.
It's like the reason why I keep coming back and back and back because I call this spiritual psychology or whatever. Like, you can't forget this. You can't forget. I'm not going to forget. It's called spiritual psychology. One of my friends was like, read the gurus. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? But now I get it or whatever. But this is spiritual psychology right here.
Exactly.
Love it. So we have a couple of more people on the panel. Maker Trends. Welcome.
What's up, everyone? How are you doing?
Oh, great. How are you?
I'm good. I love the conversation. Yeah, I don't have anything to add, but to enjoy the conversation.
I appreciate you. Well, thanks for joining.
Thank you for accepting me.
All right. Hello, Aquarius. How you doing, friend?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How you been?
Everything is divine.
I love it.
Divine is all.
All right. Sound like soul leveling almost there. Go ahead.
Everything golden.
Living my life like it's golden.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Divine day, Aquarius.
Divine day. Going on. but y'all definitely cooking though.
Sound like you eating. You eating something? Sound like you eating.
Yeah, I am. So yesterday, they had something out here for Juneteenth. They had like a whole bunch of vendors, a whole bunch of different foods and things like that.
Oh, okay.
So I went out there to support.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good though. I had fun.
Good.
But no, I agree with everything that y'all was saying though. Even though I don't necessarily celebrate nothing per se, but I ain't gotta necessarily celebrate something.
You celebrate life, and that's enough.
I feel you. I am life,
and that's enough.
I don't need to celebrate something that I am,
and that's enough still.
Yeah, but yeah. But,
you're always enough. We all are always enough.
That is true.
I have to wait for a moment to feel worthy. We are always here.
I can't hear you.
Always.
Yeah, you sound a little distant. You have to come closer to the mic.
I was just adding on that one that always we are worthy. Like, we don't have to wait for a particular moment to feel worthy or a particular outcome. We have to always recognize that we are always worthy.
That's it.
Just adding. Yeah.
Love it.
I ran into this. I know this kind of a little off topic, but yeah. But soon I come on the panel, we talking about divine travels. That's amazing. But I ran into this little group, this little socialist group, and they was talking about the things that's going on in the community and the world at large, and so I thought it was kind of interesting. Me personally, I'm kind of revolutionary at heart.
Okay.
You know, so just piqued my interest. So I'm gonna go listen to them, see what they gotta say.
Oh, okay.
And,
Go on and revolutionize. I'm only revolutionizing my mind. That's all I'm about.
Of course. You're right, and that's where it starts at.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You. It starts with you. You are the Alpha and the Omega, right?
Yeah.
So everything starts with you. But this is what I was presenting to the young lady as I was speaking to the young lady, and I was trying to get her to understand. You only. It seemed like to me, y'all only seeing it from a physical perspective, or a material plane perspective. Right? But I feel like it'll make y'all move it even more powerful when you can start to understand that this is a reflection of above.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like y'all have to be able to bridge the gap between both to make y'all movement even more powerful. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, folks, a lot of folks not ready to receive that yet. They still.
And I call it balance and alignment. It's just balancing out who you are, understanding who you are, and aligning yourself with what's aligned with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So people want to change the world. I let them do it. Go ahead. See if it happens. See if you can change the world.
It's gonna be my community first because that's the world I live in.
Right.
The only world, the only one you can change yourself. But okay, good luck with that.
That is true, and that's what.
Well, I'm just saying. I feel like the change starts when you being the example you want to see, because whatever I reflect out is what's reflected back to me, and so I don't see all the foolishness. I only see what I see.
Right.
Yes, and that's what I was just trying to explain to the young lady. She was feeling what I'm saying because we was talking for about a half an hour, even though she was supposed to be speaking to other people. You know what I'm saying? But she was so hooked into what I was saying that we were speaking for it, and I was saying that to her. You know what I mean? She kept saying, like, I love what you're saying. I love what you're saying. Huh? Take this paper. We're gonna be here, and I want you to come and say what you're saying here now here. And I'm like, all right, whatever the case may be. But
okay.
But yeah, I agree. It all starts with you, it all ends with you. I understand that. You know what I mean? That's why I'm telling her, like, a lot of this stuff that take place here, it no longer faze me. It don't pull on my heartstrings, and it don't be having my mind splits into my mind in all types of spirals. It don't be doing that. It don't affect me no more like that. That's why I'm like, I go to sleep peacefully, I wake up peacefully. You know what I mean? I remember at times, like, I used to be wrestling with myself, being up late at night and doing all these things. Now I'll be going to sleep like a baby. It'd be to the point that I even be slobbering, and I'll be waking up a slobber. I don't even do that. I ain't even a slobber. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I know, like, you know what I mean? Like, my nervous system is in a good space. I am at a good space. I am in a good space. You know what I mean? I am at peace. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it starts to hit different. It starts to express itself when I'm sleeping. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I ain't fighting no demons and angels and all this extra nonsense. Like, you get what I'm saying? I ain't experiencing these nightmares or whatever people want to call it. That's not my experience.
Mine either. I don't know nothing about that life.
Yeah,
but hey, to each his own. To each his own.
Word up.
I turn the lights off even when the lights on. That's how I sleep.
I sleep with the lights off. I'll be in the triple black darkness at night. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But yeah. So I mean, I don't know, man. And I speak what I speak and I say what I say, not to convince nobody, right?
Right.
I'm just a perspective, and that's what I tell people. I'm just a perspective. That's it, and that's all. You could take it for what you want, or you take it for what it's worth. If you wanna hold on to the perspective, cool. If you wanna frisbee the perspective, I'm cool with that too, right? But it is what it is,
Love it.
And that's why I tell people your opinion is yours, because it's about what you feel. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yep. It's all perspective, and you get to determine that. That's it. That's it. Well, I'm going to get ready to close the live. I appreciate everyone joining me today. It's been a lovely day. Yes, as always, appreciate you guys. It's been a lovely day. So just want to put a reminder out there for everyone that we started today going into the silence, 5 minutes of meditation. And for me, meditation is about becoming one with, which is recognizing that the thing you're desiring you already have. And you're going to take a minimum of 5 minutes for the next 21 days of focusing that thought on your desired end and creating that as a now reality. Not something that's going to happen, but something that has already happened. I base it off Mark 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you will. So you're actualizing the presence of the desire in the now moment, and it will be yours in physicality because it's already there in spirit. You will experience it physically because you've already experienced it where? Spiritually. And it's as within, so without. Have fun with it. No strain, no struggle, no striving, no force, no push, no pull. Surrender to the moment, surrender to the now moment of choosing, deciding that it's already yours. What did you want to say, Maker?
I'm just agreeing with you that it is true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Okay.
And yeah. And before you ask, I think that was a parable. It means then we took the scriptures literal. All this golden knowledge, we took it literal. We made prison, and then now we don't even have power to wake up in the morning. You believe in addiction, you need to see a doctor, you need a pill. You forgot that you are the God that actually heals this thing. We forgot that. See?
Mm-hmm.
Brothers like you, sisters like you are here. I believe you are the light bringer or the light flicker. So thank you for your existence. We are encouraged. We are always reminded when we see people like you that this thing is so much bigger, and we are also bigger. We are not just puny things like waiting.
See, forgiveness of sin is to operate in righteousness. That's the forgiveness of sins. The forgetting of missing your mark. That's all it's saying, to stop missing your aim in life. And how do you do that? Right thinking. Righteousness is right thinking. Righteousness is about believing that you're already the thing you're desiring to be. That is the righteousness that takes away the sins of the world. Right thinking. You stop missing your aim. Go ahead.
And only the upright shall dwell in the land.
Those who think right. The upright are those who think right. When you think right, you do right, and then what? All is right.
Yup, you become right.
All is right.
All is right.
All is right. There we go. Right is all is right. Because you are. Because I am. So operate in who do you say that I am? That's all I remember. So I'm going to close with these last 3 questions that everyone has to answer. This is the spice of life. Who do you say that I am? What do you want? And do you believe you can have it? Because why are you asking for things you don't believe you can get, that you don't believe you already possess? Because you already possess it.
I don't believe I can have it. I know I have it.
Believe is just about acceptance. It's not about guesswork. It's just about I'm wanting to give you something, but if you deny it, you can't have it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's all believe means. It means to accept it as a reality for you. Because see, you can know that a car exists, but when you accept it, that it exists for you. That's what believe is. Just because you know a Mercedes exists doesn't mean that the Mercedes is going to end up in your garage. You have to accept the thing that you're trying to manifest. You got to accept it as a reality for yourself. Because here's the thing, believing and knowing are exactly the same thing in consciousness. Those words are not antonyms. They're not against one another. They are synonymous. They mean exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
What you want to say, handsome guy?
Sorry.
I am the God that resides within me, and I am all that I manifest for me, and that's who I am. And I'll leave it there.
Beautiful.
And I hope that answered all the questions.
The question is always, who am I? Who do you say that I am? And we're constantly answering that question. Some people think they're nothing but sinners.
That's true.
Some people think they're weak.
Yep.
Some people think they're undeserving, unworthy.
Well, see, I don't have no fear shame in my heart. None.
Some people think that they're powerless. They have no power. And that all the power is just outside.
And don't feel like they don't have options. And I always feel like I have options.
And what the script say, as you think, so what?
So man be. So man become. Yeah. So yeah.
So
when you are off your mind.
And that doesn't mean it's true. Just because you think that you're a sinner doesn't mean that's true. But because you accept it, you believe it, it becomes your reality.
So much true. So true. So true.
That don't make it true though, because you're not a sinner, but you've been convinced that you are. You believe it, you accepted it, right?
That's called self-judgment. When you self-judge yourself, then you become that thing that you judge yourself on. We get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. So believe the very best, and the very best will come. What does believe mean again? Right? What does believe mean again? Accept the very best, and you shall experience the very best.
Expect the worst, and you shall get the worst.
There you go. Some people live by Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
They live by Murphy's Law.
And what was this thing when he said, they asked him, how can I have more faith? And he said, if you make the two become one, you can say to this mountain, cast yourself to the sea, and the mountain will do that. What was the two becoming one? What was it?
Why was it?
What? I don't know. I think maybe do this.
The two that must become one is the agreement in consciousness. The divine feminine, masculine must become one with the divine feminine. The masculine is the consciousness you're choosing. The subconscious must agree to it. Because the two becomes one.
Yes.
Though when you agree in consciousness and when you agree in the subconscious mind and a conscious mind, they consummate the marriage.
Yes.
And when they consummate the marriage, that which has been impregnated, must be what? Expressed. A son is born.
Yes.
The manifestation comes into being. So who knows? So when two are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst.
Right. That's the same you just said. I'll be trying to get Christians to understand that. That's talking about faculties that happen within you.
Yeah.
Once you become in alignment internally, then I am will be there. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get them to understand that. I don't know, man. I'm crying.
Right, because the consciousness, here's the thing with the subconscious mind. It's not an agreement when you're double-minded. There's no agreement there. Right. Your conscious mind saying, I can, and I can't, I can, and I can't. And what is the subconscious mind saying? You won't. If you're saying, I can't do anything with the double-mindedness. I wish that you were hard or cold. But guess what you're doing? You're lukewarm, so I got to spew you out. I can't do nothing with them double instructions. Pick a side. Choose something and stay with it. But no, you want to straddle the fence. You want to be monkey in the middle. Well, guess what? You get to stay right there, and I can do nothing with that.
You should live to elevate, basically.
Seek the kingdom first, and the rest shall follow you.
You got to make a decision, though. You got to pick a side. People don't want to pick a side. You got to pick a side. Choose this day who you going to serve. Choose life now. You can choose the good or the evil. You can choose the blessings or the cursings, but it told you to choose life.
Right. That's why I said I am life.
I am life. Who do you say that I am?
I am that I am.
I am the life. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the door. I am the resurrection.
Right.
And okay, I am knocking on the door. Like I'm literally knocking on the door. I'm waiting for someone to open the door. So it was never a matter that you asked him. You opened the door, and then the water start flooding. Like the water of life start flooding. The internal water. Like, come on now.
I'll come in and I'll sup with you. I'm at the door knocking. If you open, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna sit with you. I'm gonna eat with you. I'm gonna commune with you. I'm gonna be there with you always, even until the end of days.
And in my father's house, there are many rooms. Many rooms, many guests. I guess that's what he meant.
Yep.
Many activities.
There are many manifestations. There are many desires. There are many things that you can occupy. Many states, infinite states that you can occupy. In my Father's house are abundance of occupancies available to you. All you got to do is what? Occupy what's available. And what's available. All is available to you. All of it.
Right. My Father's house got many mansions. So it's many available spots to choose from. There ain't just one. But people limit the occupation. What you saying? The occupancy to what they can experience. So therefore, they experience that experience.
Yep.
That's why I be trying to get people to understand, like if possibilities is limitless, then why would you want to limit the possibilities you can experience? That don't make sense. It's illogical to me. But yeah, So I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like these things really hit me in the way that it hit me because I'm already a thinker. I'm a deep thinker, right? So being that I'm a deep thinker, I think so much that I start to understand how the mind works. Like these things come to me like relatively fast, and they click for me relatively fast. As far as the mind how the mind works, how the mind functions, and how I function within the mind, and all these things. Like I don't know. To me, it comes to me relatively fast. My mind works very fast. It processes information very fast, large amounts of information very fast. That's why, I can be doing this one day, and then I could jump to this, and then I could jump to that, then I could double back to where I originally was at, and then, So, yeah.
Yep. Love it. That's it. Have fun. Happy manifesting. As I like to say, 3 John and 2, beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. Have a great day, guys. Thank you for joining. Bye-bye.
Later.
My friends
are asking if I can go out.